guests, and both offline and online participants
to the pre-event of AFAIR UI 2024. I'm Tara.
And I'm Arekta, and we will be guiding you throughout the series of events this morning and afternoon.
Our keynote events for the day are the open judging session, as well as a talk show with an intriguing theme, Technological Disruption, Will AI Affect the Future of Indonesia's Architecture?
Before we move on to the open judging session, we'd like to introduce you to our judges for today. The first one, we have Emmanuel Koh, Assistant Professor at Singapore University of Technology and Design.
Antonius Richard, Founder and Principal Architect at Radar.
Aiman Rashid, Senior Lecturer at University Teknologi Malaysia.
Mikael Johannes, Lecturer and Research Staff at Universitas Indonesia.
And Alvaro Mensana, Founder of Mensana dan Teman.
At this moment, we would also like to express our gratitude to Ikatan Arsitektur Indonesia and Departemen Arsitektur Universitas Indonesia for supporting this event.
Before we start the event, we are going to have an opening speech from the Project Officer of AFAIR 2024, Sinta Anissa Anadela. Let's welcome Sinta.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today. My name is Sinta. It is such an honor for me to speak on behalf of the organizer. First of all, let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the AFAIR UI pre-event, which will consist two events, which talk show with the topic of technological disruption, and the second one will be top 5 judging of the AFAIR 2024 architectural competition. Before we get started, I would like to express my gratitude to Ms. Rini Suryantini as representative from the department, and Mr. Alvar, Mr. Richard, and Mr. Michael Jonathan, and Mr. Emmanuel Koh as our judges in architectural competition, and Pascasius as head of IMA FTUI 2023. Lastly, I'm especially excited to welcome the participants who have taken part in our architecture competition. I offer my deepest gratitude to all the guests who have allocated your valuable time for coming to this event. In today's talk show, we would learn and provide valuable insight into the impact of AI itself on the architectural industry in Indonesia. So, in which participants and viewers, of course, can learn about the innovative AI technologies being adopted in architecture, especially in Indonesia itself. So, and for participants who have taken part in our architecture competition, we hope that this judging session and these events can broaden our horizon and see from a new perspective. So, thank you for giving me attention and time to open these events. Once again, on behalf of AFAIR 2024, I express my deepest gratitude for all the guests and participants who have come today for the judging. I wish all the participants good luck. Thank you. So I will hand it over to our MCs.
Thank you so much for the wonderful speech, Sinta. Next, we're going to have an opening speech from the head of IMA FTUI 2023, Pascasius Andrew. Let's welcome Pascas.
will create a mobile and flexible spaces. Next.
Yes, so in the floating city area, the activity will based on the upper level. Next. To bring down the activity, we need a bridge that connect a point of activity. Next. That will attract and pull down the upper activity to below. Next. Next. So this is what we purpose. We call it pixel Lego, but it is actually simple. It consists from one module that we call blocks or pods. Next. Yes, so it will assemble, make like a floating archipelago that consists from many modules that can pop up some kind of furniture or gadget that will make one simple function to make a public space. For example, if we need a green space, we just join the tree and flower buds together. Or maybe we need a rest area. We will need a table and seating, or maybe trash bin near to that. Next. Next. This is the detail. We connect the pod for by magnetic joint, and for make it movable, we use the propeller at the bottom of the pods. Next. Next. For stability, it will gain from connected as a public space. That will gain the stability from it. Next. The main problem is how we distribute the energy to the move object. So there is two resources of energy. One is the charging station that spread on the city, and the main pod, the ordinary pods, will charge in there, and when it's full, it will charge the other pods, like a power bank. Next. So it will look like this when it's assembled, and it is a public space. Next.
Okay, for the movement, we use propeller as said before on the bottom of the pod, and then for the connection, we use a magnet in 4 sides of our pods, like 1, 2, 3, so it can connect to all the sides. And for the arrangement, we use AI integration, which is we have 6 parameters. Next. Our 6 parameters is being grouped into 3 kinds of parameter group, which is society condition, climate condition, and then needs-based parameter, and then this parameter is being uploaded in a big database, and then we use GPS for tracking, so it could be integrated into our our apps, which is called Pixel app, which is we have this kind of parameters, so the citizen can see those in our application. And then this is our types of configuration. Next.
Your time is up. You have 30 seconds to wrap up your presentation.
Okay, if the parameters doesn't meet in the amount of that we need, so it will be in the perimeter of the buildings to be charged and make a green belt. Next. And we have color changing on our AMP blocks, which is using thermochromic paint, so it can change this facade color, so by the external stimulant, so they can change the color. Next. Like this poetic atmosphere, especially at the night. Next. That's all from us. Pixel Lego, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, AR45. Let's give it a round of applause. Now we will be giving the time for the reviewers to give their feedback, starting with the judges who are present with us in this room today. Next, the time.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I have 3 comments actually. One is, I'm not too sure, is actually I have 2 comments or should I ask questions? Okay, I may do. Okay. How do you, okay, I would like to start with a question.
Okay.
I'm wondering, how do you control where these things go or how they float? If I need it in one corner of the building, let's say it's, I have 4 points, you know, A, B, C, D, and everything is floating. How do I get from point A, let's say, to point C? How do I get across? How do you control it? How does it move?
One of the parameter is rush hour, so the public space will form itself regarding of the rush hour. For example, in the street A, there is quite many people. The blocks will form a public space there. So we bring public spaces to people in rush hour, so they will have the needs. They will have they want to go there to do relaxation or something like that. And to control it, we have the Pixel app, which they can track where the GPS is, so we can go to that place. Or maybe so the arrangement, the pots will be different every single day, depends on the rush hour.
No, let's say I'm standing in the center of the. Can you see my red dots? If I'm standing here, if I want to move there, where's my? Let's say I want to move here to the top. How do I bring the whole thing?
From here, like here?
Yes.
Okay, so we have some kind of a pathway blocks. So actually, it also to encourage the people to socialize. So if just the people just here and then, oh, I want to go here.
Yeah.
So, but if we make it can move, so we don't make them to encourage to have socialize with people. So if we have, because we have the pathway blocks that make the pathway from here to there, so they can be socialized with another people. Like
So
that.
I still have to walk.
Yes.
Okay, I still need to have to walk.
Yes.
So it's not that I have a pixel taxi,
Yeah.
right? If I can have a pixel taxi, then I can move my own.
Oh,
So like
so
I'm riding.
So you have
like a boat. Like I have a
like-
boat. Like I have a pixel taxi.
I see.
I have a pixel boat, and then it takes me wherever I go, and then I can mingle to anyone I know or wherever I want to go. I think that's one question, that how do you, because you're trying to explain the systems, the mechanism of the AI, but actually the operation itself, that you don't really explain it through the system of AI. I think that's the one mechanism that is lacking from your presentation and also from your boards. That's my question. I think that's my only question. And then I have 2 comments. One is actually the energy. When you're talking about water in the beginning, and then the solution, it seems that you want to be staying away from the water, right? Because when you say water, you know, when you have a heart problem, you have a heart surgery. You tackle the object itself. But here, when you have a water, it seems that you're trying to be away from the water. You have this pixel so that you're not engaging with the water. But actually, you can actually design with the water, be inside of the water. I think that's the one idea that you don't really challenge yourself of the object of water. Then, of course, when when we talk about water, there's so much energy with the water, with the friction of the objects of the pixel box. And then the second thing is actually the pressure of water. So instead of you have a charging station that we're thinking just like motorcycle and electric cars. Maybe we can think about the friction of water, the pressure of water become the source of your energy. So everything engaging with the water. So if the water becomes your enemy, then make your enemy your lover or your affair. That's a good point. It's your affair. So that's one comment. And then my second comment with the energy is actually, you know, you render this so beautifully and it seems very bright, right? Right? And it brights because of what? Yeah, then why don't you take the sun as your energy? Instead, again, a charging station. Again. Right? So because you already show it with a pixel box with
PV.
UV panel, right? So might as well you're taking that as the source of energy. And then my last comments is actually about the scale of the pixel. Did I say it right? It's not a pixel box. What do you call it? It's a pixel.
It's pixel Lego, but you
Oh,
can
pixel
call
Lego.
it pixel
So
Lego.
Lego is the urban space that is being
Okay.
made.
So the pixel box itself, it's doesn't taking the opportunity of different changing in scale. When it change its scale, you can think of other things so that it can become a shelter, it become like a boat, for instance, it become a house, it become everything, or even your something that can move, or it takes you one point to another point. Let's say even this table can be from a pixel box that I could actually refill my water, and then I could use my app to actually refill the water elsewhere. I think the opportunity of AI is actually making you very, very lazy. That's the reason why I want to be lazy here, and I want to take everything in one spot. So I don't want to walk. That's the reason why I'm asking you, how do you control it? Because if I still need to walk, then I'm not engaging with the AI as maximum as you can. I think that's comments from me.
Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. Next, we're gonna have a feedback from the judge in the Zoom meeting.
Aman, do you want to have a comment first?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. I think the proposal is quite timely in a way. I'm assuming that you're looking at in the future where Jakarta will be flooded permanently. Yeah. My question would be in terms of how does it differentiate itself with like a normal boat or barge? Will that be a bit more easier for people to move around?
I'm sorry, but can you please repeat the question?
Is it not clear? Okay, sorry. And I'm
of the tubes is being closed, so the propeller is making the pod is more stable like that, because the pressure is more from the bottom of the pod like that.
If you let me to add more, it is also possible to for pods. Let's say the boat first. The boat is to transportation for people from one place to the other place, but this pod is for make space. It has more capabilities to make public spaces, whereas the boat only have maximum capacity, and these pods it's more flexible to make the archipelago is. Thank you.
So I'm getting at because boats are much more private, right? And these somehow pixel are public. And this comes to my second question. I mean, it reminds me of the swarm drones. Like they come together, you can control it in a group. The question is, how do you prioritize the needs of people? Because time and time again we see that those if you are in a rich area, rich populated area, they'll get a lot more benefits, compared to the poor area. So how do you prioritize those kind of needs when it comes to AI? Because AI, I know you can control it by app, but at the same time, it also looking at possibilities and priority in certain areas. How do you do that?
All right. Wait, we will show the slides first.
For the in hurry area, actually we have some parameters as said before, like the rush hour, especially that is for the society and the hurry and the rush like that. We have the rush hour for the predicted time, but it's not that exact, because actually in our now situation that we have like GPS in our phone, that maybe all of you has already used it, because sometimes you can see that the road is red or the road is orange. So the phone of the citizen is the main database for our application, because we can know where the people are placed, and also if the worker has already out from the office, so the phone can predict, in this office there are a lot of people, so the our pixel will go there like that.
If you let me add, for the rich and poor people, we predicted, I've said before in the start of the presentation, there are upper level and lower level, which is the upper level will most likely be the rich class people, where there are rich people classes, and the lower level are where the lower level class of people. We make it so that the spaces will become more will be more general for all, so everyone can access it. So we make spaces that people can interact. It will at least decrease the amount of differences between upper level and lower level. Thank you.
Okay, Vera, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mikael.
Okay, itu actually the idea is interesting because it just reminds me of a Cedric Price architecture that you have like configurable grid spaces that you kind of now with the notion of AI, there's the idea of automation, like autonomous models that you can reconfigure by themselves, which is a quite interesting idea to. It's very timely, as has been said, but my problem is like actually the context and also some kind of like what drives the design decision that you choose or that you make in this project, because well, I imagine the Jakarta will be still crowded, but in your illustration it seems like very nice, a place with the water like Venice, like. So have you considered like the other water-based city, like how they basically the mobility in between the buildings, like how does it work? Because it seems like your program is basically very pragmatic in a way, just a leisure or like public space, but in reality there are probably opportunity for merging water-based program that, I mean, as you say, like Jakarta now probably is not like made it's going to be changing. And so yeah, and also considering the technological progress, because you're thinking of maybe in the next 50 or 100 years, maybe the AI is also more advanced that we already have right now. So it's not just using mobile phone, but also already have wearable devices or even bionic kind of things that you can even more having a thought-provoking projects. So I feel like you have really a nice or interest, like you are brave enough to kind of have a very speculative context, but somehow the design itself is very conservative for me. So it could be like you can push it further by thinking like, you know, I mean, like in the movies, like a series, like the Netflix series, I forget the name of the series. What is this? Can somebody help me? Yeah, the Black Mirror, that is basically you have to think about the context, like, you know, like, because it's more like thinking about the future, so you have to thinking everything like as a set. It's like a set of movies. So if things going well, it's about story. How do we make story? And then I feel like the use of mobile phone in 100 years better, or 50 in the next 50 years, it's not like just like that. So it should be something more more like believable representation for that for me. And also, yeah, I believe, like, with the same comments with the others, have you considered mobility, the context, so of the city, that I believe is much more complex than having rush hour. So that's my comment. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your feedbacks.
All right, thank you for all of the reviewers.
Recording in progress.
Next, we're gonna be moving on with our second team. Thank you, AR45.
Thank you so much for the judges and all.
Okay, thank you once again to Team AR45 and to the reviewers. And now we're going to be continuing with the second team, which is Team AR60. So may we call on Team AR60 to please be ready on stage for the presentation. And may I remind again, for the judges, there will be a 10 minutes session for the review and or questions. And for the presenters for this session, please stay on my right side of the stage so that you will be on frame for the camera. So the participants in the Zoom meeting will be able to see you. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Good morning, judges and others. Today, me and my colleague are representative of the group AR060. And for the chance of today's event, we'll be presenting our project called Synergize. Next. So we started our project by questioning ourselves on the role of AI and technology in our life. We came up with a question regarding with this topic, which is, what if a platform could bring imaginations to life? Next. With the rise of AI in today's world, we could see how AI has a strong impact through human lives. But with this rise caused by its benefits, it has came up with many different views and also the sense of intimidation with using AI. Next. Our view is that AI can be used as a tool for humanity. As an example, AI has transformed on how people communicate and connect. So our project is at Bintaro, Pondok Raji at South Tangerang. And next. We see that Bintaro has three potentials that needs to be fostered further, which are a need for economical growth, reducing urban footprints, and also help increasing the creative industry that Bintaro is known for. To connect this value, we came up with the answer, which is flexibility in modularity. Next. With this concept of modularity on different functions and appointed with a spread typology, this will create a landscape for nature and activities to form between this module, where landscape will become part of a building and landscape as a part of modularity. Next. Next. So our project Synergize optimizes AI platform that connects people with different needs, foster interpersonal connections, and assists in creating tailored spaces for various activities and purposes through modularity. Next.
Okay. We use AI and modularity to create software that allow users to select modules they want. This personalized approach creates an efficient and seamless process, pleasing users and adapting to different needs. User can design their own setup, which foster a smooth process, improving satisfaction, and providing a user-centered experience. Next. Next. The dimension of a single 2x2 meter module not only enhances the transport efficiency, but also the endless array of module parts and customization options that enables us to create a diverse spatial variations. Next. The project programming and zoning encompass a wide range of program variations, organized into 4 distinct zones, which is food and beverage, co-working, workshop, and court and playground areas. As a central hub and in an emerging and progressive area, our aim is to strike a balance that enables users to engage in creativity, productivity, health, entertainment, all within a single unified location. Next. These are some renders of our project that consists of amphitheater, co-working, playground, court, workshop, gym, office studio, food and beverage. Next. The amphitheater that contains a multi-function stage for any performance, a pop-up stores, and also the seating area. Next. Also a co-working space for people to study and do some work. Next. Also a court and playground to do the physical activities. Next. Also the workshop to do some creative activities or some community activities. Also can be used as a gallery. Next. Also the food and beverage to for people to dine. Next. This is the comprehensive isometric view of this project, showcasing the seamless integration of modularity and spread typology, enabling us to craft a diverse program within a shared space while upholding the urban footprint and emphasizing nature as the integral part of the design. For the reference, the site spans for 8,400 meter squares, with only 30% utilized for the project, preserving 70% of the site as a green and drainage areas. Next. The concept of modularity offers a versatile range of scenarios, both program and location, such as temporary housing, emergency shelter, pop-up market, and numerous other possibilities, all tailored to meet the specific requirements of users and sites. Next. As a conclusion, we believe that Synergize offers unparalleled site flexibilities, allowing users to create unlimited form scenarios while harnessing the power of AI for enhanced efficiency and as a tool that bridges the gap between architecture and user needs, resulting in a harmonic and user-centric experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Team AR60 for the presentation. Let's give them a round of applause. And now we're going to be giving the time for the reviewer to give comments and or questions about the project that they propose. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you guys for a very comprehensive, well-prepared, well-presented slideshows, diagrams. It's very thoughtful and very well delivered. Overall, my comment is like this is a very comprehensive, good design, well planned, addressing the needs that is very, very practical. I think you guys are the most practical designs there is between the big five. But I think you guys are pushing the AI context so much. For me, it's purely a good architecture works and that's it. I mean, it can be done by any architect, any given time, you know, given any modules. I mean, the permutation is not that much. You guys are starting with the standardized modules, like every architect can do that in a day, no less. We haven't even talked about the budget, and you know what's the most important thing is actually the joint system, and then like when you're talking about the modulation for a very limited use, because you're practically discussing about structurals. You haven't even discussed about the pure architecture comprised very personalized finishes. That's not discussed yet, right? I mean, like, how could you say it's an architecture if it's not personalized at all, right? And then, like, you haven't even discussed about the MEP, right? So it's not really an AI. So it's pushing it, yeah? But then, like, aside from that, it's great work, guys. But then, like, when you try to push, like, oh, no, we need this AI to modulate unlimited permutation, you guys are just pushing it. And really, you don't really need, like, a site, for example, like at the Bintaro. I think what you're selling is the system. And I think the system is nice, you know, and if you really harness this a lot of people has trying to make this a successful business in the name of modulation for years. As far as I know, not even one can make it work. Because by the end of the day, it's still cheaper to just do conventional architecture. And another thing that you haven't discussed is, as much as it's fancy to say that it's modulars and it's flexible, nobody wants that, right? You haven't even discussed about the ownership. So given the same site, you arrange like this, right? And then you said, oh, someday, if there's an emergency shelter, we can rearrange. You haven't discussed, do they want that? Because you speak about ownership and then leasing system, business-wise, right? So what you're saying really not that flexible in this one particular site, but the system is flexible. You know, in the future, God knows what, we can have additional MEP system, right? Plumbing system, etc., etc. So the idea is still there, yeah, but I can say that everything is almost perfect, but the AI context is just pushing it, right? So maybe if you can just try to find another issues that might relate to the resiliencies in the future, aside from the AI, you guys are nailing it. But overall, still a very good job, guys. That's for me. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions and 1 comment. My first question, I see the AI, it seems being used for the ordering mechanism. Like you order Uniqlo and everything else from Topet and everything. But can you return it?
For the modules?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the feasibilities, our aim is like if someone want to open the business for the rentals,
Yeah.
the customers can customize their based on their needs and for how long the lifespan they want to rent it, and after it that we can reuse it again for the next customers.
Okay. So the idea is supposed to be can be assembled and disassembled, and then you can buy it and then you can return it.
Yes, and also the concept of modularity makes the panel and the, we can say, modules can be reused over time.
And the material can be ordered for different color, let's say?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But the presentation is only just two color, the black and the wood?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that the trend of the November? The module order? And then my second questions. Does the AI being used after this module being assembled? Does AI calculate water, calculate people, energy that they use? What else the AI being used other than the ordering mechanism?
So basically, on our first initial concept is we didn't want AI to be intimidating to like people to use. Like we've been hearing the phenomena where AI will take over humans. So we emphasizes on like not putting AI as much on the humans, changes. So like our views is that AI is just as a tool for humans.
But isn't that the challenge though? Actually, how do you think about AI in architecture and when you say architecture and there's people in it, so it is the AI for people, but you don't want to use it too much. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not doing the challenge of this competition.
It's we just don't want the AI to be too overpowering with where humans has to be the forefront of the project, and AI is helping for them to in this project maybe it's to connect them further.
I see. Okay, but I think you're missing the challenge there. I think the competition is asking how does AI being engaged with the architecture for the future, right? I mean, I think there is the word hope in the competition. So I think we have to, whether or not you don't want to use it, it's there, and then it's going to keep on developing, right? I think that's my second question. And then I have one more comments. The modulation is, I think it's too limited. I don't see the modulation is always the 2 meter by 2 meter. I understand that there is a limited for the deliverable mechanism, but the activities itself, when you're saying this is in Bintaro, there's a park, there's children playing, and there is a amphitheater and everything else, I think you have to think about the modulation being more evolved towards other activities than just the box. It's so easy making the box. I think one of the comments on your boards, I comment that you have to take a look at the do you know the fashion brand Sears in the US back in the 1950s? Sears create modulation homes in the 1940s after the post-Second World War. And everything else being designed, ordered, customized as you wish. I think you guys should take a look at that because it goes beyond than just the box, but it's other activities that you can engage. One of the rendering you're showing that the turning platform for the children, right? I think, and then you see the amphitheater. I want to see the modulation evolve to other programmatic functions. I think that's my comments. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think maybe lastly, thank you. Yeah, maybe lastly, I can see your point. Okay, for example, like I mean, the challenge is the AI, but it's up to us. How do I want to, how much involvement I want the AI to be involved, right? That point I get it, but thing that disappoint me a little bit is actually if only you dive really deep into this modulation, you can still you can still outwork everybody. For example, like 2x2, it's not a modular things, right? For example, try to add a ceilings into it. Can it be a usable space? It's not. Like, if you need to make something that is modular, at least use some common sense. Because the modules that was produced worldwide is multiplied by 1.2 meters or multiplied by 150 millimeters. And 2 meters is not divided by those two, right? It means every materials that you buy, you gotta cut. A lot of ways, it's not modular at all. You're saying the whole module is 2.4 by 2.4. It's a different story. At least you got the starting point is right? Which you're not. So all the ideas are great, the presentation is amazing, and then I can still fight for you if you say that, like, look, I mean, maybe I don't want to live in a dystopian future, you know, that I agree. I don't want the world to be filled with a lot of, you know, flooded and whatever. I want a livable utopian future. That is very fightable, right? But the thing is, you didn't even fight deep for the modular study itself, you know, like what he said. It's not new. It's been like 70 something years, right? At least give something into like the research of modules. That's what makes it interesting, right? But most importantly, more in all, very good presentation, very good deliverable, and I believe that everybody in this room can appreciate whatever effort you guys have put in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And now we're gonna be giving the time for our judges in the Zoom meeting to give their feedbacks and or questions for 3 minutes.
Jay, wanna go first? Okay. You have to unmute.
Okay, sorry. I agree a lot with the previous comments, especially about, yeah, there are many things that I would like to comment, but I think the role of AI that you would like to kind of like try to keep, how do you say, like, ahead of it is, I think it's not about not to use it or use it less, but more like to shift our role from just like human more to the data or data pilot. So basically, I think now architects is not just form giver, but more like almost like a data scientist or data pilot that kind of like trying to kind of engage with this massive amount of data that could be useful or could not about on our built environment. So I think that kind of so having said that, I think we have to break down the use of AI into more believable, more like thinkable component, which is AI so big. It could be you can go into computer vision, pattern recognition,
Audio.
is doing like instead of having modularity as a form, basically by using computer vision and the graph machine learning, you can configure anything from any form. So basically, you can just use reusable components from the reuse building components, which is basically non-standard components. There is even different shapes, organic shapes, and then you can combine into to make a new form based on it's basically you just give hands like the urban mining, you know, like you don't have to deal with this modularity. Has been said, it's been an old idea to make configuration easy, but with machine learning and computer vision, you basically can configure anything from anything. So I think that's a missing opportunity on that part, that you could achieve more in terms of like having flexibility. You don't need to have modularity, but what you need just to have a smart model that can basically give you form from any resource that you have, because currently we are in the brink of catastrophe by having new constructions. So I think it's a good also opportunity to rethink about how do we construct our built environment, how do we use the non-standard components that we have in the city or even in the nature. So yeah, as been said, it's very nice presentation, but somehow it somehow missed the point in a way. That's my remark on this. So thank you.
Okay, I think a quick one from me. Yeah, I think I agree with all the reviewers. The first question that comes to mind is, why do you need AI in the first place? Where we can always design it and arrange it as per our please, right? Based on the client's needs and so forth. I think there's a lot of potential in that, in the sense that probably you can look into a digital twin. I don't know, probably the components of the building can be embedded with sensors, so that it's not just looking at how do you design and layout stuff, but also looking at how those interact with, post-occupancy, people coming in, people visiting the places, the user experience, and also in response to the environment. I think that's more appropriate in the sense that it's more relevant, and also it looks as if that the building is kind of interacting with the human part of it. Or probably probably you have you can trade building components using blockchains and AI, so that you know where you get stuff, things get recycled, and the issue with now in terms of construction, I think it's a matter of post-construction. Yeah, basically materials tends to be dumped in and not recycled. So I think the essence of the design should be about probably the life cycle of buildings and what happens when you first manufacture that particular components and until it's being demolished or it's being recycled to other places. I think that's a bit more appropriate in that particular sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for all of the reviewers. Let's give it a round of applause once again. Thank you, AR60. Next, we'll be having the third team, AR65. May AR65 please be ready on the stage for the presentation. Once again, you have 7 minutes and the timer will start upon the first word. Thank you.
Hi, this is a smartphone. We all have it. We use it a lot, mostly for entertainment. Next slide. This is the proof. And when we see a lot of entertainment, we realize that people that are working on entertainment industry, basically, when they want to get big or already got big, they tend to shift to one city. And we're simply asking ourselves, what is the impact when the artists move? Simple answer is contrast. Why contrast? Let me explain. When there is infrastructure inequality that have better media, the media itself showing they exposed a lot of content there, but when it's based on one city, that one city becomes so glamorous, they become better in someone's eyes, the audience eyes, so it becomes overexposed. When we see something better, we want it, so we chase it by moving there. It happens. Then it becomes overcrowded like these cities. The goal is to have a better life, but in reality, we just have a competitive industry, more competitive industry that creates stress and individualistic lifestyle. Next slide. So, on the other hand, AI is projected to replace us on this already competitive industry because AI doesn't have stress. So entertainment industries should entertain us, but it creates stressful environment. Ironic. But don't worry, because me, Christopher Ramjaya, and Jonathan Carrero right here, gonna tell you a story how we use AI to change entertainment industry to entertain us again. I present to you merging realities. What is it? Next slide. It's very simple, actually. We merge digital and real world with architecture, with entertainment and communication becomes a supply and demand lines. What does that means? Easy. Let's start from the bottom half. Communication. Communication indicates emotion level. And from our context before, it creates stress. And when you are stressed, what do you need? To be relaxed. The goal is to be relaxed. So entertainment becomes a solution. I see it as a pattern. Relax as a demand, entertainment as a supply. So when we have this situation, what we want to do is increase supply and increase demand. Let's start from increased demand. How to increase demand? The key is to have relevance. This context is to remove emotional barrier. How to increase supply is having more option to the content and new experience. How? The answer is expanding access. Our strategy is space manipulation. The logic is actually very easy. When you have a concert stage, when you're standing here, you see different perspective than people that are standing here. The stage becomes so small, it can fit into our rooms. This perspective is what we try to get in our AI integration. Next. The integration itself. First, we use LiDAR to collecting a space data from the room and the event. So the AI comes in help to do a real-time spatial mapping so the real event can fit into the room. And it's calibrating the perspective so the audience can feel physically at the live events. With holograms, the holograms itself is already a product, but it's small. So we make it a larger scale, like holobox pyramid. And this integration alone have a limitless possibilities. You can have sport event, concerts, or even integrate it with movies. But if we have a limitless supply, how we increase the demand? Now Jojo will explain it.
Next. So we realized that humans as social beings are driven by empathy when interact with others. So this is where the role of our AI helping people to open up and making an intimate relationship. Next. So this is the thing that we like to call like a bubble. So this thing works, and this thing is inflated by air. So when people sit, people can have like a chat with others. Next. So how we integrate the bubble into this AI? So first of all, we have this scanner's positioning, which is installed in this pose, and this pose is going to be arranged so to allow pictures to be captured from every angle, and these images will be processed by AI to detect the stress and using emotional features, and it's going to be translated with different colors, which shows different levels of stress. And it is going to be visible by the color of the bubble. And with all of this, it is going to generate empathy and brings people together. And not just that, the color of these bubbles can be a marketing technique for people to attract and come to this place. Next. So since we have the freedom to choose the set anywhere, why don't we just make the building to be able to fit in a large scale? So it can be flexible and adapt to various site location. And to achieve that, we are using this grid system where the building will contract or extend, or in other words, it can be scalable depending on the site of the context. And in terms of locality, we provide this open space in the center, which is flexible in function depending on the local needs. And for example, it can be function as a local market, a refugee, or a public library.
Okay, next slide. To close this off, maybe you guys are wondering. The last slide, please. Is it sustainable?
Thumbs up. You have 30 seconds to wrap up your
Is this
presentation.
sustainable? Well, yes, but not from the integration with nature or the material itself. But imagine, with this, we can replace stadiums, multifunction hall, city parks that cost millions of money, carbon footprints, or waste. So, this is the goal of sustainability is preparing for our future, but merging realities is not just preparing, but it's the new reality for our future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for AR65. Now we will be giving the time for the reviewers to give their feedback, starting with the judges who are present with us in this room today.
Wow. Hi. Why would you put hi on the first slide? It's been a while since I was so entertained by a design in which I think you guys are doing a very, very good job. Where to start? Maybe the first one is actually when I saw your panels, I have this sense of maturity in the deliveries. I mean, you can go 100 other possibilities to deliver the same designs, but you choose the most mature and simple and flexible way to deliver it as possible. And then you guys are trying to imagine a future, not a very utopian, but a very distant future. It's like, it's here already, but you know, inflate it for another 5 years or so, right? But what I really like the most from your presentation is when you try to open up with how would a business of entertainment is related with the idea of attentions business, right? And then you try to relate it back with the mega cities and the urbanization, which are correct, right? And like during the last 3 years during COVID, we saw that the globalization is ending. Yeah, it's true. So now people has tried to, the pattern has changed, and then it terrifies everybody, architects included, because everybody nowadays is trying to do more into decentralization of architecture. That's the pattern that is emerging right now, and this is actually on the right track. Whatever design you're trying to bring on the bigger scale is trying to say, like, look, we are just students, but what if, imagine, if whatever we design could help to contribute to less urbanization, right? Everybody now is no longer weighed down by their privileges, right? You can live somewhere in Solo, in Papua, right? And then as long as we are talking about business of attention, everybody got a fair shot to be big, right? And then during those times, you know, you add some flexibilities that can be used for this design, which are very mature and thoughtful. Yeah, I don't really have a question, but I just want to give you a very fair appreciation that you deserve. Good job, guys. Thank you.
I probably this is gonna waste a little time, but I'm wondering, Christopher, where do you learn your English?
I'm actually a speech team on my high school state.
Oh, okay. But you you learn English here in Indonesia.
Yeah, in
okay. No, I like your tone because it sounds like Italian. So you're Indonesian. I'm guessing you're Indonesian Chinese.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, you're Indonesian Chinese, and then you're trying to speak English, but then you have a intonation of like Italian. So it was it was pretty entertaining for me. No, okay. Put that aside. I'm sorry. This is about expressing emotion.
Yeah, the down part, yes.
The what do you call that? The parts. What do you call that? The
Can you bring?
what do you call that ball thing? What
Oh
do you-
yeah, the bubbles.
Oh, the bubble, right. The emotion bubbles.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This is, I guess this is one of the design within your AI system, right? Correct?
Yes.
Right. And I believe this is trying to expressing emotion to others,
Yeah.
whether it is positive emotion or it is a negative emotion,
Stress level.
meaning like stress level, and then you're mad and everything else. When you watch Instagram, I'm sure everyone have Instagram, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen anybody that's showing emotion that is negative on Instagram or Facebook or any other public social media?
Yes. No.
Yes or no?
Sometimes, but on the majority, it's positive.
Exactly. So do you know why? Psychologically, not many people want to express emotion in the negative in the public spaces, I think. And the site, I think this bubbles is actually pretty interesting. If you put it, let's say, in a like a nursing home, right? Where they cannot speak, but the nurse needs to know if anyone needs a medication or some kind of assistance and everything else. It's very function to that context. This is what I'm thinking when you were talking about this, and then that's the reason why I think I appreciate this. How it is, I think there is some kind of technology, something like this, like a magic, like an 8-ball. Have you heard about 8-ball?
No.
No, the 8-ball, the pool table, the billiard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they have an 8-ball.
Yes.
Okay. There's this game, you can rub the 8-ball. There's this technology. This is already like 20, 30 years ago. They designed this, product designer. You can rub the 8-ball and then it's showing if you're sad or you're happy. Yeah, that thing exists a long time ago. But it's not really do anything. It's just telling you, okay, I'm happy, so, and then I'm sad. It's a pretty useless object, actually. But people designed it before. This is something else. And I think with the right context, the design can be very useful. I'm just talking about your bubbles. And then the object itself, about the merging realities, about the LiDAR and everything else, I think you can create some kind of like a mobile packet that you can merging realities in anywhere at any time. So it doesn't need to go to that spaces that you already designed. If you want to develop this project more, I think you can put it like a backpack of AI. You can carry it, and then you can do, instead of you going there, there's a sports, and then there's concert, there's everything else. You still need to go there, right? So might as well you can engage with Blackpink from your bathroom. You can meet BTS from your garage. I think that's the positive thing about the object of that box that you are trying to design, which I think that should have no context. With your proposal, with the context, I think it kills the idea. I think it kills the idea, and it's not useful. It is useful when you actually do it at any time, anywhere. I can be watching concert in the back lot of that parking lot here, let's say. It's inflatable bubbles. Let's say, I don't know how big it is, just only for one person, and then you can watch soccer as if you are in the stadium in London. Do you know what I mean? I think that's my comment about this project.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Oh, okay. About the nursing one, actually, we think about it, but different situation. It's a relationship. We go to Tinder, but here it's when you're mad at your significant others, you can go here to finish the business. And about the upper part, the merging reality thing, this proposal is actually a phase 1. The phase 2 is actually integrates when it's already all everywhere. It's gonna integrate with the live events. Then live events will have like this small room for the real audience, so the artist and the audience can interact. What this phase 2 is actually coming from this situation in Indonesia, when you have presidents debating, you can ask anywhere in the world. Like, people can see at the audience. Like, yeah. But now, phase 1, we cannot interact with the artist.
May I? A little bit? Yeah. I think you should just simply say, now I want to create an architectures. Meaning, no matter how good the AI is, and then as much as we can be by ourselves, we are still, there is some research that is saying that lifestyle business is going nowhere. It means, they have this graph in which the more advanced the AI, right, the lonelier people be. And the solution of that is actually still face-to-face places. That's why people are still wasting a lot, maybe a lot of money into places like Holy Wings, for example. That's like 250 billions or something, right? It's a lot of money because people are lonely, right? So I think what genius about what you guys do is actually you're asking you have to come here, right? This is actually the places that actually you can express yourself by being here. Maybe if Paul for comment is very good, in which maybe you can just say this place not only it can detect emotion, it's a data centers, right? So we can the currency that we haven't discussed about rent, leasing, how the commercial value is. If you're a genius, if you can push it a little bit more, you can say, oh, who is going to invest on this building? Such a nonsense. How would people pay for it, right? Maybe if you want to push it a little bit further, you can say no, they pay by we study them. For example, if I'm sitting here, I'm scrolling something, and then my emotion changes, you steal my data. You see, so what previous juries have given an idea is, every places can be a data center in which I observe you guys, and that's the currency. That's how you pay us, right? And then there's an investor, it can be used for a marketing purposes, right? So they know they can study people, how they react through the ads and such. That's how you pay for these things. So it's no longer financial payment, but it's you pay them by giving the data, the reaction on how people interact through social media, online, this AI. I think if you guys can push it a little bit further, that's how you can mass produce this place everywhere, right? Because once we start to discuss who is going to fund this place, and then this discussion will end, and then this will be another utopian project, right? So if you can just add a little bit spice into it, and then this idea is not only a very pragmatic, but also very utopian and a very distant future, that makes this project perfect, right? I think if you can, if you have time to improve, and then maybe you can use this also for another competition, you have a lot of chance to win. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next time will be given to the judges in the Zoom meeting. You have 5 minutes for the judges. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just start, yeah?
Yeah, we can. Yes, roll.
Okay, right. I think the project is quite interesting. One thing that's I like the most is where nowadays in the digital era, right? We need to come together physically sometimes, because humans are social animals in the sense that we need to interact with people, not just within the digital as well as the physical. I think the physical part is interesting. is important. But I'm a bit confused in the sense that there's two parts here. One is where you as an audience express yourself as person, and another one you enjoy the entertainment. Yeah, I believe the reviewer mentioned about why do you need to show your emotions, especially the bad ones. Yeah, because I don't know, if you go to stadiums or if you look at concerts, I think everyone is happy to go there. They don't want to show their sadness and so forth, which I think your proposal should move towards a bit more of those happiness aspect, to show how excited the audience is compared to how sad they are, which I think will be a bit more meaningful. Yeah? And I think the other part is where the entertainment is, which I don't think you need AI per se. You just need to scan using LiDAR and it pops up as a hologram somewhere else, right? So I think that needs to be a bit more curated, in a sense. How does AI somehow interact? Currently, everything is detached. You need to be physically in concerts. If you have those kind of interaction where audience and the entertainer can somehow interact in some ways, that could be interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, I really appreciate the project. I think in contrast to the previous project, this team really embraced the notion of machine learning AI that like really imagine like what has been said, like distant future, or more like, I think, not really distance, but maybe surrealist future, almost like something that we can imagine the consequences of it. I really like the project because somehow you are the only one that tackle the project into planetary level, like the possibility to connect to different places, different cities. I think that's really nice, because I think right now we have to shift our perspective of context, not just about this parcel that you are dealing with, but more into the global perspective, which is I really appreciate. And you tackle a lot of things, from how do you see the space, like a lot of things that you can dig, and I feel like 7 minutes probably doesn't do justice to your presentation. Like there's like sense of effective design, effective architecture. There's a sense of you mentioned a little bit, but because I think this is more important, it could be extrapolated more than just entertainment, but as a medium of democracy, of debate, especially in the current splitting world, like the world is just getting more divided. So because 2 years ago we have this exercise about virtual parliament. It's basically almost similar idea, turning the old typology of the parliament into a more inclusive, like you has been said, like the debate, like how do we can connect with the people, with the audience, is basically things that we have been exploring, and then it's really resonates with our missions on that part. So yeah, so a lot of things that maybe a bit concerned about the privacy and public, how do you want to express your emotions, but of course I think you can argue that in a way that the machine learning or AI can be some kind of like meta moderator of those voices. Like, of course, there's a question of who controls this moderation. So, like a lot of things that can be discussed further. But I just send kudos to the team that try to embrace, and I think the technology that he's been presenting is not something that is really fictional. Like, I mean, if you have a look on the technical papers, you can see some technologies that are already developed into that. Just a little bit comment on the previous, whether do you need still to um, like be together. I agree that even though with the immersive environment, with the Googles and stuff, I think there are certain critical mass that people still kind of like wanting. So I think tackling this typology of like stadium or concert hall, I think, which is maybe there is a question whether it's gonna be obsolete. So we have to rethink how to let's say, what is the future of the stadium, I think, in the next 50 years, because combining this virtual and physical audiences, it's a very, I think, exciting venue, I think, as an architect, to think about that future of the typologies that we have, including our campuses, universities. So what else? I think that's all, and congrats with the work. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for all the reviewers and also to Team AR65. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, now we're going to be calling on to the next team, which is Team AR23, to please be ready on the stage for the presentation. And may I remind, you have 7 minutes that is being counted right after you said the first word, followed by a 10-minute review from the reviewers.
First of all, to honorable juries, all committee members, and the audiences. Nowadays, we can see AI development is rapid. Artificial intelligence is an automated program that simplifies human work in various fields. But as this progresses, it is feared that AI will reach a point of singularity. Next, please. Singularity is situation where AI has replaced various human works, various human domains, and has an impact of human psychology. It creates anxiety about the future and sees a threat that replaces human work. Loss of interaction due to technology dependence and feel lonely. And this situation is being felt in many societies around the world. Next, please. This situation is worse by the pressure of living in the fast-paced big cities. In 2022, according by CNN News Indonesia, Jakarta is one of stressful city in the world. Dukuh Atas Street, Jakarta, as the largest transit-oriented center and nearby central business district, becoming one of the most stressed places in Jakarta. It was 10,000 people passing through it every day during peak hours. Next, please. While the futures look so exciting and full of patience, with ever-evolving technological advancement, it can be anxiety-ridden, lost, and lonely. A pragmatic word, getting more bitter and boring every day, forcing humans to respond dynamic change by taking a moment to reflect and move on. Where's the beautiful space to let go of anxiety and allow oneself to heal? Next, please. Toilet. Yes, there's toilet. In fact, the toilet is actually a place to express emotion such as poop anxiety, and become an inspirational place. Who would have thought? One of the figures, yes, there's Steve Jobs, actually made the toilet of a place of imagination. Next, please. A simple, small idea. We make toilet a place of hope that we call parallel. Parallel contains two words. Parallel. Interpret the multiple paradoxical universe. And then lu is informal as a restroom in the British, as a public space that human needs. And then parallel come as a form of miracle plugin architectural in public space which provides a paradoxical spatial experience for social communities as a space that fosters hopes, nurture relationship, and inspire creativity. Next, please. In a paradoxical spatial, let's travel through time and space and find your destination. Next, please. With AI integration, Parallel will take us a parallel universe, meditating for a while from the hustle with the atmosphere of nature, then meet our self-reflection and have conversation with it, hoping to peace and return a dynamic life. This is done repeatedly every day and becomes resilient. Next, please. Contrast situation happen between inside and what is happening outside into paradoxical spatial experience. We find ourselves falling into time and space in parallel universe. Space narrow, time stretches, wishes and hopes come back alive. Next, please. This is situation parallel architectural plugin in public space. The circular space is designed with a rotation system to bring the user into one space and out a different space without raising it. Next, please. In this project, AI used to control automatic rotation system, interactive screen panel, until water treatment system. User can set the prompt to image to realize the feel of nature of desired. With this innovation, we believe Parallel will sustain with the society. Next, please. Okay. With the integration of AI, Parallel become the right prototype to help human passionate peace to find serenity while being placed in hectic space, such as campus area, central transit, central district, urban area, and around the world. Next, please.
We think we are smart enough to know all this. This truth has been around for a long time. I know, you know, and everyone listening here also know that there is not a way to avoid this threat of AI development. We accept this threat. How can we live with it? The threat of technology of AI and technology each other has always existed, right? But we have still life, right? So let life what has been lived. Enjoy supporting and strengthening each other. We will bouncing back the adversity. Next. So human have always believed in the invisible that give us peace, hopes, and happiness, even it is fake, right? Okay, that's all from us. 023. At last, thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Team AR23. Let's give them a round of applause. And now we're going to be giving the time for our reviewer right in this room for 5 minutes.
I like your shit, man. Dari tadi pengen ngomong literally. Kalian udah pernah bahasa Inggris lu. Have you take a look at URILIF? It's designed by the Dutch maybe 15-20 years ago. Have you? No. When you research this, do you come across to such precedent? No.
No.
They designed URILIF. You should take a look. It's very interesting, and it's interesting. It's done. There's no AI whatsoever, but it's actually a plugin. They just put it on the street, mostly in the city of Netherlands. I think Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and the size is also interesting because it actually fit only one person, and then there's this the disabled person. And also the size of the waste is actually fit into the mechanism to a garbage truck to take it, to take the waste, and then they take it to their main waste management. So you should take a look at that. I like the idea, but it seems the output of the design itself is not really engaging towards the think, shit, and stink, you're not really engaging to that words that your what do you call that, your statement, that statement, I think it sells a lot, especially to me. But then when I take a look at the design, it's not really how do you manage to make people really sit and think, and how do you really sit only at the toilet if you want to sit and think there, because you're saying, right, some sit and think. You don't really design it exactly towards that specific activities. And then how is it actually the shit and stink? You don't really have solution to that either, unless I misconception or misunderstanding of the concept of the project. And what do you call that? The LED. Can you explain that a little bit again? The LED, what does it do? It just takes you to elsewhere. Is that it? Like as if you are in the middle of the jungle. There's an LED inside that. No, that there. Yeah. Is this like an LED?
Yes, LED screen.
It's an LED screen that takes you as if that you are elsewhere. Is that it?
The LED screen will interactive wall that will bring the user to the nature.
Does it do anything with the smells and everything else?
It was created by a prompt to image the AI idea. So
But the AI doesn't give you like the five senses of human, like you see, smell, touch, feel, and everything else.
No.
Doesn't do that. Okay.
Doesn't.
That's the reason why I think that's what I'm saying in the beginning. I like your shit, but it doesn't really engaging exactly the activities when you're actually sit on the left and then you shit on the right. How do you actually manage changing the mood of the room as if you are shitting in the middle of jungle, or as if I think I'm saying this word so much. If you actually using the toilet as if you are using the toilet, let's say in the middle of the Swiss Alps, do you know what I mean? Like you're in the middle of the mountain in Japan, with the smells of some kind of like a jasmine or I don't know. So you actually take that moment, the AI engaging to your what do you call that? The experience in the loo, as if you are doing something else. It's also the same thing when you are sit on the left hand side. What does it really do, that spaces that you are actually creating? I think I like the idea, but it's not really engaging to that activities that you are saying. I think that's the only thing that is lacking of the project. But it seems in the project, the context of Jakarta especially, or any other developing countries that have actually lacking of public facilities like this, like the infrastructure of toilet, this could actually work, not even the future, we're talking about today reality. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir.
Project like yours, is normally what we call wild horse. Okay, so in some competition, out of nowhere, suddenly this wild horse appears, right? It doesn't care with what others do. It doesn't necessarily be like a glass box. It's just a black box ideas. They just want to do like a very interactive AI emerge toilets, and it's very hard for us to say no, right? So the idea is so personal. We all have been experiencing it, right? And then like we all wish it was true. So when you judge it deep down, it was like, I wish it's true. Now, it'd be nice, right? And the word that I'm looking for is witty. So your approaches and the big idea is very witty and playful. And that's what a design in a student competition should be, right? So it's very hard to say no to your project, for me personally, right? So I really love it. And then like, like Pa Alvar said, that actually the investment for public toilet is increasing. I mean, like Japan, like no other countries, invest with star architects to do like their toilets. So it's not new, and whatever you design is definitely worth looking for, right? But if only you came here, bring like a dummy of a toilet right here and how it rotates, it's very hard to beat you guys. Like really, out of nowhere, we can just simply, you know. But unfortunately, there are two very missing point, like Pa Alvar has stated. So I don't want to, you know, you get him quite clear, right? But the main idea is actually you don't even describe how the modulation can be, how the permutation can be, depends on how crowded the area is. You said like Duku Atas is the most crowded, okay, and then it's two components is enough, right? How about in the context of Indonesia, like a woman and a man, right? And then how does it play out, you know? If only, like Pa Alvar said, you really focus on your shit, it will be like another wild horse that really hard to distract, you know, right? You didn't do the research for like how many people needs the toilets, you know, in public, and then like the research for that is lacking. The execution, for example, like he was asking the question that you still haven't answered. Is that an LED or is that a cylindrical vertical projections? You didn't answer, right? If it's an LED screen, how do you maintain the humidity, right? Water resistance into such an is it safe with a lot of electronic components, right? And then like it would be interesting if your AI can detect smells. See, that's a wild horse. Out of nowhere, you say that, oh, really the AI can detect from the smells what visuals and experience you guys want to display. That's gonna be amazing. I'm saying this personally because I just flew here directly from Thailand after 8 days of detox. I did nothing but shit, right? So I personally could resonate with whatever you guys present today. It's just a shame. If only you do that and that only, yeah, it's really hard. I mean, like you came out of nowhere, but it's very relatable. It's very strong point. Everybody can relate, and that's what I like about the idea. But the execution could be improved in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to be giving the time to the reviewers that are present in the Zoom meeting for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much with the presentation. It's an interesting presentation. And also, I mostly agree with Alvar and Antonius about that. It's a really good idea, very personal, quite timely, because I think, yeah, it's unique because you take something that people really don't care, like public toilet, to something that, so it makes something like visible and then like encourage like investment in that really important infrastructure, I guess, I think in the cities. It's true that even though your idea is interesting, like you take this idea of meditative aspects, it lacks of the translation to architectural design. I mean, a lot of, I think this is the point. That's why references is very important. I think like you relief that Alpha already mentioned the notion of how we can fit it into different contexts with different, and how does it fit with the current infrastructure, like the truck or something like that, but also more like into the affective dimension, which is you really have to push in to make this idea very to push this idea further. Like it's not just LCD. I mean, you say like this prompt to image, but what you want is actually brain to many things. No, brain to atmosphere. I think is from text to image to brain to atmosphere, which is you can. I mean, there are certain artists that you can have a look, like James Turrell, that doing this like LED light, yellow, neon, yellow, whatever. So you can, it doesn't have to be an image, but it can be just like lights or like voluminous lights that somehow embrace you to transport you to sunset in somewhere, or to the blue sky in the Arctic Circle, something like that. So a lot of things that can be done without image, which is kind of like the image is kind of like the first order translation that you can have to the second order translation that translate the smells, the atmospherical, like there could be some device or apparatus that you can invent that can change the temperature in 5 minutes. Let's say you go to Sahara and things getting hot. So I really like the idea, but I think there's like missing opportunities to translate these ideas further into real architectural apparatus that could somehow make your project more and more believable. So yeah, that's the only comment I have.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take. I mean, it's quite interesting that hearing a lot of the word shit in in Zoom and competition, which is relevant to your project anyway. I think personally, I think this is quite an interesting project. It's really witty, and it's fascinating to see toilets being used and be related with AI, right? Okay, because toilet, of course, it is a sanctuary for some people, for most people, and it's a place of relief as well. Yeah. So in a way, your toilet becomes your personal space and probably identity, perhaps. But this also reminds me of referencing the Dutch as well. You know, Dutch WCs are the other way around, due to the fact that in those days, I'm not sure why, probably during a certain pandemic, they wanted to see their poop and see how healthy they are, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, you can explore and search on that. But in a way, I think having a toilet and exploring the what do you call that, the experience of people is good. But I think if you could go further, like looking at the ways that people produce, analyzing the poop, and see whether it's possible to even come up with some sort of a I don't know, an analysis or something that correspond to the users. I think that could be a bit more interesting. And I think because toilet plays around with our senses a lot, that should also be emphasized further. Even to the extent of looking at poop as a way for you to somehow, I don't know, recycle them to generate electricity, perhaps. Which I think, again, talking about recycle and taking the most of what people do in toilet, basically. Yeah, thank you.
Oh yeah, just adding to that, I think it's very interesting add-on, like, because I mean, during COVID, I think they have this research on the testing your sewage to get whether you have viruses or not. So yeah, it's true. It is the idea of like toilet is something that's very public, and then how do you engage the public through the private things, which is because I don't know, it depends on the different context. Like in the context of Europe, you also allow people to, you know, like facilitate people to like, for a certain community that have dependency on the drugs, like, you know, it facilitates some private things that people, it's just not about about excretions, but there's something else that could be engaged, but it's really depending, I think, on the context in that way. So yeah, that's a good call from Ayman. Thank you.
All right, thank you for all of the reviewers, and thank you for AR23. Let's give it a round of applause once again. Next, we have the last team, which is AR69. May we call on AR69 to please be ready on stage for the presentation. You have 7 minutes for your presentation, and your time will start upon your first word. Thank you.
Okay,
Good morning, panel of judges and audiences. We're from Team 069. We'd like to begin by expressing our gratitude for the opportunity to present our design before you today. So thank you, and let's get started.
Okay, next. Next. So first, we're going to explain about the general area of our study. So next. So this is the Semarang city, and it's the capital city of Central Java province in Indonesia, and it's our hometown. That's why we know that there are a lot of problems that need to be solved, and it's by AI. And one of the problems there that can be solved by AI is focus on food sustainability and top 10 fruits productivity rate. There is some fruit that are contributed by Agro Cipoko Permatex Social Garden in Gunung Pati in Semarang. Next. And so we're getting to the main problem. Here we are focused on agriculture and depletion of harvest inventory and the education, that is the reduced capacity of innovation and training. Next. And so this is the recent article, and there's a journal stating about the issue. Next. And here are the timeline about our issue that root from after COVID-19 outbreaks. Some of the gardeners or maybe the farmer has been decreased, and it pushed them to work even more, so they have less time to have a social time or maybe get engaged in society or even the family time. Next. And here are the graph. Next. So this is the garden life before AI. It's basically cultivation, sortation, and sales. Next. So here we bring the idea about the Permatex social garden. Next. Social garden consists of social and garden, a space to connect human with the environment, and permatech itself. Next. It's permaculture technology. And next. Permaculture is an approach in architecture that seeks to create sustainable and regenerative built environment, and technology means the AI itself. Next. Okay, next. So this is the AI that we use in our design, and we use AI for Merkle that scope two main functions, that is AI for productivity and AI for connection. AI for productivity plays a major role in agriculture sector, and while AI for connection plays a big role in the education. And between those two, there are holographic AI assistant that can work for two both. Next. And so this is the illustration or depiction of our AI. Next. And this is our rendered plan. Next. Next. And so this is our conceptual study from the sketch to finish. Next. And this is the scheme of how our human and nature can get engaged and involved within AI in our design. That's AI, and that's the integration and interaction itself. And the last one is the completed scene. Okay, next. And so this is our mass study. So the commodities itself, which are fruits within the area, we symbolize with a cutout of fruit. And sustainability is symbolized by infinity-shaped mass, and leaves contributes a lot in photosynthesis, so they can represent the productivity. And we use bamboo as our basis material because of its flexibility, its high locality, and its flexibility, high locality, and also sustainability. Next. And this is how our AI can work, because our AI basically collects data first, then calculate, then make adjustment in our design. So it's basically how our design corresponding to we as human and nature, and within the help of AI. Like we can see in the screen. Next. And this is the scheme of how our connection between each room of our design.
this is the circulation. Next, the parking circulation, the enter. Next, the exit and this focal point. Next. And this is our four major zoning. It divided by the four of major activities. That's for commerce, cultivating, ecotourism, and education. Next. And by that unfinished timeline of our issue, we can hope that AI will improve farming. Next. And that grab will be true within the assistance of AI. Next. And last is our rendered activity by using AI, and we can conclude that by solving the problems of agriculture and education this way, we're also able to facilitate the locals' activity to gather and communicate more in social and agriculture context. That's all from us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation, AR69. Now we will be giving the time for the reviewers to give their feedback, starting from the reviewers that are present with us in this room today. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Hi. First of all, actually, it's very primal for you to when we try to relate the AI with the importance in daily basic. You choose the very primary subject, that is food, right? For starter, there's a very strong stance, which we appreciate, and then you try to do some short research on the issues on the food supplies. All are great and all, but then like you're starting to choose a very dangerous statement, such as AI miracles. Wow, okay, you hook us up, and then like, so we want to know where's the miracle is, right? And then like it is consists of AI production and AI connection. Okay, what is that? Then we want to know, and somehow there is a crazy shapes everywhere, right? And then like the form that is unrelated to the AI, the form that is not unrelated with the farm efficiency and effect. There's no analysis how the master plan came out, right? Because you're trying to prove that this first development is the system created by AI. So you should have present the correlation, whereas these miracles and a sudden shapes of the site plan and master plans, that is very dangerous, because we are talking about a very big investment and a very primal needs in society, right? For example, like the speed of the crops, planting, harvesting, processing, right? Not only like the okay AI, it can move, you know, can predict the sunlight. Okay, maybe, but then like, for which plan? Is it really necessary? I mean, it's a lot of things to break down. So you're just trying to disconnect these AI things, and suddenly you just want to have like a very playful forms and master planning, in which, for me personally, is quite irresponsible. And to place that with some miraculous AI that will be invested somewhere in this farm is very lazy way to add some AI in your design, but you can't really justify it. But most important than all, very good presentation. We really appreciate also a very strong stance on the AI on the food supply. I'm sure another jury also give you some score for that, for choosing some sensitive subject to tackle on, which will be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I will have the same comments like Richard here. I think you're missing the point and the challenge of the competition. And I see you taking the competition very seriously. You actually research things. Usually people don't do that for competition. They're just having fun. But not, you are actually research the topic, and then you're taking the time in taking a look into the permaculture and then how the technology, and then what I think what Richard was mentioning is actually the magic of AI. because we didn't hear anything about how does the AI will engage to your architecture and what is the output of AI that you are using as a tool. We didn't hear that, and then suddenly we see robotic arms and then drones and everything else, which is what it's been done. Let's say for the past 15 years, I say, in the agriculture industry. Maybe in the architecture industry, we don't use much robotic in the system of construction. They're starting to do that, let's say maybe 5-10 years ago, but in the agriculture, it's been done longer than that. And it's not, I don't want to say that you're not doing anything, but I know that you guys taking seriously, but the design, you actually doing some kind of groundscape, you're using plasticine ya? Pakai plasticine itu ya, makanya. Ya kan, with the clay gitu kan. You're taking this design seriously. And if this is a school project, it can actually be more beneficial to your studies, but I think the challenge of the competition is actually engaging and then asking what is the output for further or expectation or hopes for the future, and then we don't really see much here. But it's a great project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next the time will be given to the judges that are here in the Zoom meeting. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
From the beginning, so AI comes in a certain period of the time where you need those kind of assistance, right? Okay, I agree with both of the reviewers that I mean the idea is kind of everywhere. It basically is everywhere. It needs some sort of focus on where you wanted to look at your AI in detail, which I think there's a lot of potential when we're looking at the plants, yeah. Because plants, it depends on like human to cultivate it, somehow for them to decide on certain time of harvesting, certain time of planting, and so forth. With AI, I think that could increase efficiency, could somehow add value to decision making for the people who cultivate them. So I think your AI should go beyond just plants and architecture. Probably look at the soil, look at the way plants interact with other plants, and what time of the year that you need to harvest and change plants to make the soil be more even better and so forth. Yeah. When you show the real-time response of building components towards the sun and so forth, I think interesting. That's quite interesting, but at the same time is kind of not dangerous, but has a lot of issues with that. You know, the Al Bahar Tower in Abu Dhabi, if I'm not mistaken. They have like opening and closing sun panels. I mean, it looks like it is interacting with a real-time environmental aspect, yeah. But in actual fact, that the opening and closing was based on predetermined data from previous years. So it's not real time, per se. So basically they're using those previous years data. So having that kind of responsive thing in real time, I think interesting again. It will cause a lot of issues in terms of mechanism and so forth. Which I think this competition does not consider that. Yeah. But I think it's interesting to look at a very timely issue, looking at food securities. And how humans and AI could work together, yeah, to increase productivity and so forth. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with most comments in the previous comments, and also I give a little bit credit to this team because of the topic mostly, but yeah, as has been said, I think the architectural realization needs to be discussed in this session. So first of all, I think food and AI is very important topic, and like ecology and stuff. Like as been said, like if you go deeper into the topic, you would really find the gold in that. Like I think, for example, like my critique is basically you want maybe to pick everything. I think the notion of AI as a problem solver is very dangerous because the reality is not that. AI is just a system that you have to integrate to achieve a certain objective. So I think you need to have an objective. Like, what do you want to do? Like increasing productivity and social, I think is too broad. Let's say we could tackle the current problem of the agriculture is basically maybe one of them is monoculture, and how can we diversify our agriculture into more diverse species in a way that it doesn't have to be like to drain the soil. I mean, it has been said like you have to go to the soil. I think it's very important because why monoculture to like multiculture? I think because again, I think with the idea of machine learning and robotics, there is no order that we need anymore. Like the grid is very like, because I mean it's mechanical automation, but with the advance of computation or machine learning, it can handle more complex environment. So the idea that you only have paddy field is not relevant anymore. You can have a field like forest that grows everything, and then you can have like a robots that or mini robots that are something like assistive system that can help the farmers to pick up something everything in the different season. So really depending on the season. So we kind of like going back to the idea of foraging, like back to the primitive way of having food. It's not like really have this industrialized system, but more like something that we go to the nature and then pick up what we can have. But with the idea of this, you say like computer vision or like robotics, or I mean a lot of things is very basic, but if you can somehow repurpose this technology into something that is maybe a little bit speculative, but I think it's gonna be a nice story to develop in there. And also the notion of digital twins. I think the digital twins has been used for the series, but a week ago I went to a presentation at ETH from the Singapore Global, the Living Lab, and there's a PhD student talking about how about to make digital twins for trees. So like how to digital twins from the farms, like how can like as an interface for the trees, for the plants to speak up to the farmers and to say like what they need. Like, do they need water? Do they need more phosphorus? Do they need more? So, or do they have something else, like this idea of how do you say, like make it like human, like to make the plants speak. So I really appreciate the topic, but as has been said, I think being too general is very dangerous. You have to be specific to tackle one specific problem, and then, like as has been said, the architecture is not really relevant because, it's very, it's just like art forming, which is there is no correlation or logic in there that is a bit of missing opportunity. Like for example, like talking about to change the monoculture to the multiculture, there could be some kind of network that. So, like I really irritated the idea of zoning because I don't think that's relevant anymore, because I mean with the network you can have a more systematic program in a way that you can think of layers instead of area, like so think about multi-complexity layers, like forests, like you have like different layers from the bottom of the soil to the top of the canopy, like it's huge, like in the vertical level, like the ecosystem is really it's really diverse, and then a lot of technology that can be somehow leveraged to tackle that problem. So I will really invite you to research deeper into those areas to find if you are really passionate about agriculture. I think you should pursue in the future. I think a lot of career opportunity probably popping up, especially in the agriculture countries like Indonesia. and Southeast Asia. So yeah, don't be, what do you say? Take this opportunity as a starting point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for all of the reviewers, and once again, thank you for AR69. Let's give them a round of applause once again.
Okay, now that our top 5 teams in architectural design competition has presented, we would like to thank and congratulate each one of the teams for making it this far, and also we would like to express our gratitude to the reviewers who are able to review the top 5 in architectural design competition.
And we also have some exciting news about this, of course. The result of today's judging will be announced offline by this afternoon.
Keep all the excitements for later, as after this, we're gonna be having an afternoon break.
To be followed by a talk show collaborating with EAI, discussing the role and the effect of AI to Indonesia's culture and architecture at 1 p.m.
So while waiting for the winner's announcement, we hope that the competition's participants could join the talk show later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
kita harusnya sih merepresentasikan arsitektur Indonesia. Nah, kita memang masih mencari sebenarnya arsitektur Indonesia itu seperti apa. Jadi mungkin kita tidak merujuk ke sebuah region seperti itu, tapi kita sangat concern sama yang namanya kalau arsitektur Indonesia ya arsitektur yang sangat adaptif di area Indonesia, which is tropis, seperti itu. Jadi pada saat kita mendesain di Pematang Siantar ataupun di Saumlaki, Maluku Tenggara seperti itu, kata kuncinya tetap harus sama, nyaman. Karena nenek moyang kita yang saya pelajari selama kemungkinan waktu di UI pun sempat 3 kali ekskursi gitu, itu dari ujung barat ke ujung timur kuncinya sama, nyaman buat mereka, nyaman. Dan apalagi kalau misalnya ada di area Ring of Fire, mereka harus sangat adaptif terhadap misalnya gempa seperti itu. Jadi aman dan nyaman itu tarikan garisnya Indonesia harusnya sih seperti itu.
Mungkin dari Bu Wendy.
Ya, sebetulnya kan pertanyaannya kita balik lagi, apa sih yang disebut budaya Indonesia itu? Kayaknya dari zaman dosen-dosen kalian atau mungkin yang udah nggak ada sekarang ya, itu selalu jadi pertanyaan yang open-ended question. Jadi kayak jawabannya apa sebetulnya? Mungkin kita nggak bisa jawab dengan satu kalimat atau satu kata aja, tapi justru pertanyaan itu bikin kita berpikir lagi. Beberapa tahun terakhir sebelum pandemi itu saya dapat kesempatan banyak untuk pergi ke daerah-daerah di seluruh Indonesia yang belum pernah saya kunjungi sebelumnya ya, kayak Gorontalo atau Natuna atau ke Papua, bahkan terus mana lagi, Manado gitu. Dan yang saya lihat definisi budaya di tiap tempat ini sendiri berbeda-beda, jadi sangat kontekstual untuk masing-masing ya. Mungkin dulu kayak misalnya Gorontalo dan Manado aja yang tadinya serumpun, ternyata dengan perkembangan zaman, pengaruh agama dan lain-lain mereka jadi berbeda gitu misalnya. Jadi sebenarnya kembali kita selalu bertanya apa sih yang dibutuhkan oleh orang setempat di lokasi di mana dia berada gitu. Jadi dalam kita mendesain kita selalu bertanya itu. Bahkan kalau hanya di Jakarta saja atau Jabodetabek ini kita juga tetap bertanya gitu. Jadi orang Bintaro butuh apa sih, orang Depok apa beda nggak dengan orang Bintaro gitu. Jadi rasanya itu bagaimana kita memasukkan unsur-unsur budaya itu ke dalam arsitektur kita.
Baik, jadi kalau boleh saya rangkum sedikit dari yang Bang Erik dan Bu Wendy ngomong ya, berarti sebenarnya budaya itu sesuatu yang sangat kontekstual dan pokoknya melekat dengan konteks itu gitu. Nah terus nanti aku balik lagi ke situ. Tapi sekarang aku nanya dulu. Kita kan mau bahas teknologi ya, jadi mungkin boleh next. Nah kita coba rajut ke yang sebelah sini ya. Jadi kalau dalam mendesain sebenarnya kan peran teknologi Jadi teknologi kan banyak berubah ya dari zaman dulu sampai zaman sekarang. Sampai sekarang ada AI dan lain-lain gitu. Nah tapi kalau dalam praktis sendiri, Bang Erik sama Bu Wendy itu sebenarnya udah memakai teknologi ini sejauh apa? Entah dalam pendesainannya atau dalam praktiknya gitu. Nah itu mungkin boleh diceritakan dulu. Gitu.
Oke, mungkin sebelumnya disclaimer dulu. Jadi B Studio itu studio kecil banget gitu. Jadi kita bisa cuman 3 sampai 5 orang gitu. Dan kebetulan kita pernah ngobrol sama salah satu alumni di sini juga, Mbak Rika Sukri, dan itu ada satu kata, bukan satu kata sih ya. Jadi dia bilang yang kita akhirnya coba tes. Jadi stay small, seperti itu. Nah jadi stay small kenapa sih? Kita bukannya nggak mau besar, tapi kita mencoba memaintain kelenturan. Bahasanya gitu. Jadi kalau di pohon gitu ya, mungkin kita tuh daun kali ya. Jadi kalau ketiup angin, goyang-goyang seperti itu. Kalau ranting kan ada tahanan dikit. Jadi kita lebih fleksibel. Nah, dengan hanya sedikit orang, kita berpikir ya mungkin sama seperti teman-teman yang ada di ruangan ini juga. Apa ya yang bisa bikin kita hidupnya lebih mudah gitu ya. Nah, itu mungkin. Dan salah satunya jawabannya ya teknologi, seperti itu. Karena kita pernah ngelihat sebuah presentasinya Mbak Rika gitu ya. Dulu waktu bilang, ini saya setelah selesai modeling, selesai juga nih gambar kerja saya. Kok bisa? Gitu. Oh ternyata dia pakai, nah zaman dulu itu sebenarnya udah cikal bakalnya BIM lah, seperti itu. Saya pakai ini, pakai itu. Tapi memang dulu itu ya sangat, bahasanya apa ya, masih lumayan primitif lah, seperti itu. Tapi itu pun udah lompatan saat itu. Nah, jadi kita ngeliat, oh kayaknya menarik nih kalau kita mencoba memahami, menguasai teknologi, kita bisa drive itu teknologi untuk bantu kita menjadi lebih kreatif, efisien, dan macam-macam. Seperti itu. Jadi mungkin itu yang membuat kita akhirnya, oke, kita walaupun studio kecil, tapi kita coba selalu latest update-nya apapun yang ada di tools yang kita pakai sekarang, itu harus banget kita kuasai dan kita kulik, dan bahkan kita sering ngerepotin pembuat software itu, karena mereka sering ngajakin kita untuk trial versi betanya mereka sebelum mereka rilis, misalnya akan dirilis 2024, 2023 mereka kirim ke kita. Nah, kita tes dan kita suka bahasanya feedback ya, kasih feedback gitu. Ini kayaknya nggak enak deh, ini bisa diginiin nggak, bisa digituin nggak. Intinya sih apa yang membuat hidup kita lebih mudah, itu kita mintakan gitu. Mungkin bahasanya anak sekarang tuh kaum rebahan ya. Nah ini mungkin kaum rebahan gitu, kita tuh kaum rebahan cuman 3-5, tapi pengen kerjaannya tuh banyak, besar, dan membanggakan sih, seperti itu.
Mungkin boleh Ibu Wendy.
Oke. Kalau saya, mungkin saya mengalami masa-masa peralihan teknologi itu. Jadi ketika saya kuliah dulu masih menggambar secara manual dengan mesin gambar dulu. Itu pun mesin gambar kalau orang dulu betul-betul hanya dengan penggaris dan pensil atau pena gitu ya. Terus saya sudah namanya mesin gambar tuh bedanya cuma ada relnya aja. Beralih ke mulai computer aided design, CAD. Nah saya ketika lulus masuk dulu di PAI itu dulu mereka dalam tahun-tahun pertama baru mengaplikasikan CAD ini gitu. Jadi saya mengalami bagaimana kita sama-sama bingung, sama-sama mencoba gitu ya. Terus dengan berjalannya waktu muncul SketchUp, terus software-software lainnya masuk lagi sekarang gitu. Saya rasa itu semuanya adalah alat yang membantu kita bekerja sebetulnya harusnya ya intinya. Memang ada efek sampingnya yaitu kadang-kadang kita yang dikendalikan atau kita yang mengendalikan misalnya. Banyak orang yang menuduh ketika kita pakai CAD bangunannya cenderung menjadi angular atau garis-garis karena nggak semudah itu menarik garis lengkung gitu ya, perlu pemikiran lebih rumit, bahkan kalau nggak salah Revit lebih susah ya gambar lengkung gitu kalau nggak salah, bisa asal tahu.
Betul.
Gitu. Ya jadi misalnya dulu saya karena saya mengajar juga di UPH, saya lihat mahasiswa-mahasiswa saya kalau yang pakai Revit desainnya cenderung kayak kue lapis gitu, jadi betul lantai 1 aja, lantai 2 aja, lantai 3 aja, nggak ada penetrasi atau hubungan antara masing-masing itu gitu. Mungkin karena mereka waktu itu belum menguasai softwarenya gitu. Tapi sebetulnya sih intinya adalah kita tuh mau pakai alat ini untuk apa gitu. Jadi sebetulnya alat itu kan diciptakan untuk mempermudah pekerjaan kita gitu. Jadi apapun nanti bentuknya, apakah itu menjadi AI atau apa, kita rasanya perlu cari caranya supaya itu memang berguna buat kita, mempermudah hidup kita ya kalau bisa gitu. Dan seberapa banyak kontrol yang bisa kita pakai dalam memakai teknologi itu untuk menghasilkan sesuatu.
Oke, baik, terima kasih Bu Wendy sama Bang Erik. Jadi sebenarnya at some degree teknologi ya pasti terpakai ya ketika dalam desain nih. Maksudnya ya itu pasti jadi one part of the process dari seluruhnya, itu pasti teknologi berperan di situ. Nah sebenarnya aku tahu ini karena dulu Bang Erik itu tuh jadi pembimbing studioku. Aku nanya Bang Erik, itu Sampai sekarang berarti masih dipakai ya Bang? Kan Bang Erik banyak proyek high rise-nya mungkin ya. Tapi pokoknya proyek Bang Erik banyak berhubungan dengan bagaimana performance di building itu bekerja gitu. Nah jadi kalau dari yang aku ingat Bang Erik tuh selalu pakai proses simulasi gimana ketika bangunan itu terbangun performance-nya seperti apa gitu. Nah itu sampai sekarang masih berarti?
Itu masih dan sekarang jauh lebih mudah.
Oh gitu.
Gitu ngomongnya karena ternyata kita bisa menunggangi global warming ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi kalau zaman dulu kita mau ngomong pakai kaca yang performance-nya bagus dan segala macam, mereka masih mikir investasinya mahal. Gak bakalan terjadi lah itu panas ekstrim lah segala macam kayak gitu. Nah hari ini jauh lebih mudah. Jadi toolsnya sama, cuman lebih advance, lebih cepat, hasilnya lebih banyak lagi. Jadi memudahkan kita juga dan juga bisa membuat klien kita yang mengambil keputusan untuk bilang, oke, kita running dengan option yang ini, seperti itu.
Kalau Bu Wendy berarti sejauh ini, tapi dalam praktis mungkin beda ya. Maksudnya kalau praktis kan berarti ya orangnya harus ngerti. Maksudnya nggak cuma Bu Wendy yang ngerti, tapi juga Bu Wendy harus bisa ngajarin orangnya itu gimana caranya biar ngerti tentang penggunaan si teknologi yang ini. Tapi berarti dalam praktisi selama ini itu sampai Revit gitu mungkin, penggunaan BIM gitu dalam teknologinya.
Terus terang kalau saya tidak menguasai Revit ya, dan kita belum pakai itu di kantor karena memang saya rasa sih ini bukan soal, tadi kita sempat bicara ya di sebelum ini, saya melihat teknologi ini bukan soal ketinggalan atau FOMO gitu. Saya belum pakai ini gitu, tapi soal pilihan mau kerja dengan apa. Karena misalnya meskipun saya sudah menguasai CAD dan SketchUp dan lain-lain, ketika kita berada di lapangan atau misalnya yang itu proyek saya yang di Natuna itu ujung-ujungnya kembali ke sketsa di atas kertas lagi gitu, karena apa yang kita gambar dari Jakarta ketika dibawa ke sana gitu, kita bicara sama tukangnya, Pak gini ya nggak bisa Bu gitu, jadi langsung kita simulasikan dengan kayunya ditaruh gini di gini, kita coba paku di sini ya gitu. Jadi banyak hal-hal yang intuitif yang harus tetap kita lakukan di lapangan. Itu bukan hanya di tempat remote seperti Natuna gitu, di Jakarta pun kadang-kadang kita harus siap di lapangan ketika terjadi penyesuaian atau hal-hal yang tidak kita prediksi sebelumnya, kita harus siap beradaptasi gitu. Jadi gimana caranya ya di atas tisu lah gitu menggambarnya, atau di dinding langsung gitu. Jadi menurut saya ketika kita punya pilihan bekerja dengan macam-macam cara, itu lebih memudahkan bekerjanya.
Betul, jadi nggak yang kayak teknologinya sekarang pada pakai ini jadi harus pakai itu gitu. Tetap pakai apa yang paling praktis dan tersedia dan ya paling bisa menggambarkan apa yang kita idekan gitu ya. Oke, mungkin kita boleh lanjut ke prom ketiga, next. Nah, jadi karena emang bahasa tentang AI ya, mungkin akhirnya kita bisa masuk ke AI-nya beneran gitu sekarang. Jadi gimana sih tanggapan Bang Erik dan Bu Wendy terkait perkembangan AI? Atau maksudnya tahu sejauh apa gitu tentang AI, dan kira-kira menurut Bang Erik dan Bu Wendy potensinya bisa sejauh apa gitu? Mungkin dari Bu Wendy boleh.
Yaudah. Terus terang waktu saya baru tahu temanya AI itu kayak 2 minggu yang lalu ya. Saya mau bilang nggak salah ngundang saya gitu. Karena saya manusia paling low tech, mungkinnya low-fi, low tech gitu. Tapi saya jadi curious, jadi penasaran. Apa sih AI itu gitu. Jadi saya cari gitu, saya dengerin podcast, saya cari informasi macam-macam gitu. Terus saya melihat bahwa mungkin sekarang yang sedang hype itu rata-rata orang senang karena kita masukin prompt ini terus bisa jadi sesuatu yang aneh banget nih bentuknya gitu ya, dan mereka bisa post. Tapi saya jadi mikir, ini bisa dibangun nggak ya gitu. Mungkin bisa, tapi kita mesti pikirin caranya. Kalau di Indonesia bisa nggak dibangun gitu? Tukang kita bisa nggak melaksanakan ini menjadi sesuatu? Terus kalau udah dibangun kayak apa gitu? Misalnya karena saya orangnya agak skeptis. Misalnya dulu aja kalau berkunjung ke bangunannya kayak Zaha Hadid atau Frank Gehry mungkin ya, atau siapa gitu, antara gambar dengan bangunan terbangun ada deviasi. Jadi ada yang seharusnya garisnya sangat lengkung, smooth gitu, jadi poligon gitu ya, atau ada implikasi lain seperti misalnya ada space dengan bentuk yang sangat aneh itu jadi tidak terpakai gitu, atau ada dampak-dampak lainnya, atau justru kadang-kadang ada hal-hal menarik yang nggak kelihatan di dalam gambar atau di dalam foto sebelumnya ketika kita mengalami bangunan itu sendiri gitu. Jadi sebetulnya menurut saya AI ini bisa sangat menarik gitu kalau saya sudah bisa tahu gimana mengendalikannya gitu. Setahu saya kan AI itu sekarang based on data. Jadi bagaimana si mesin itu disuapi dengan data sekian banyak untuk menghasilkan sesuatu. Nah, masalahnya kita punya data apa di Indonesia? Kalau misalnya dia bisa disuapi dengan data kayak peraturan bangunan di Jakarta seperti ini, ya udah kita nanti udah tangga kebakarannya jaraknya udah sesuai ya. Jadi kalau kita geser nggak bisa nih gitu, udah toggle-nya nggak bisa ke sini-sini gitu misalnya. Atau kalau misalnya bisa dibilang kita mau bangun di Natuna dengan kayu lokal, mereka langsung keluar dengan kayu lokal yang tersedia di Natuna adalah ini gitu. Ini yang keras, ini yang lunak, ini kalau kena air begini enak banget tuh pekerjaan kita. Jadi kita nggak perlu tok nanya, Pak ini kayunya tahan apa enggak gitu ya. Jadi mungkin itu akan menjadi sangat menarik buat saya gitu. Saya sih optimis.
Iya bener nih. Waktu dapat topiknya itu, ini kayaknya bukan saya nih harusnya duduk di sini gitu ya. Kayaknya banyak praktisi di Indonesia yang lumayan kelihatan menggeluti seperti itu. Tapi ya mungkin waktu kita coba bedah ya, karena ini kan mungkin kita start dari studio kecil yang punya staging macam-macam kalau ngedesain tuh dari tahap apa dan segala macam. Terus ternyata kita sebenarnya sudah nyenggol-nyenggol gitu. Kita udah nyenggol-nyenggol, cuman mungkin memang belum mengoptimalkan seperti itu. Jadi bahasanya kalau misalkan dibilang perkembangan AI, ya AI itu kan keluar dari machine learning ya gitu. Jadi machine learning ya, AI dan machine learning itu kan terminologi. Jadi jangan pernah berpikir bahwa itu adalah magic tools yang tiba-tiba jadi sesuatu gitu. Ininya sama seperti orang-orang waktu kemunculannya BIM seperti itu. Nah, kalau flashback sedikit, mungkin sekitar 2008-2009 kantor lama saya itu mencoba BIM pertama kali punyanya Autodesk seperti itu. Di saat yang sama SketchUp itu masih punyanya Google, mungkin pada tahu juga ya. Jadi Google SketchUp gitu dan free seperti itu. Nah, kita mikir ini ada software berbayar mahal banget gitu ya. Terus di sebelah situ ada yang free gitu. Ini maksudnya apa ya? Ternyata setelah bertahun-tahun kemudian baru kejawab. Ternyata mereka itu menggratiskan agar orang menggunakan itu yang tadi bahasanya Bu Wendy disuapin gitu. Oh ternyata di Indonesia tuh Google SketchUp dipakai cuman buat bikin balok-balok mainannya anak TK misalnya gitu. Oh ternyata kalau di Singapura jadi apa? Mungkin kalau di Irak jadi apa? Kalau di Kanada jadi apa? Nah mereka tuh belajar terus hari ke hari, bulan ke bulan, tahun ke tahun. Akhirnya sampailah dia dicaplok sama Trimble. Udah lumayan seru dan segala macem. Bahkan di kantor lama saya suka bilang sama karena pada saat ada software baru pasti kita tertarik untuk mengujinya, ngetesnya sampai mana limitnya. Seperti itu. Jadi itu sebuah software yang sangat berat, menghancurkan CPU kita. Jadi CPU kita itu sangat oke buat menjalankan AutoCAD termahal pun ataupun BIM termahal pun. Tapi waktu menjalankan Google SketchUp yang free itu super lemot. Seperti itu. Kita berpikir, ini kenapa ya? Seperti itu. Nah jadi kalau kita melihat teknologi dan ujungnya adalah data, dan ternyata mereka banyak engineer di belakangnya orang-orang yang mungkin ya saat itu lagi santai-santai di pantai gitu ya, mungkin namanya Thomas Heatherwick misalnya gitu. Bisa nggak ya kalau misalnya hidup saya tuh lebih mudah kalau misalkan saya lagi mikir apa, tiba-tiba ada yang bantuin, misalnya seperti itu. Nah tiba-tiba ada yang nyeletuk tuh di sebelah situ, mungkin engineer dari ilmu komputer mana gitu ya. Bisa Pak, saya bantuin aja Pak, bikin skripnya. Seperti itu. Nah kalau zaman saya waktu di sini, di gedung komputer, kita sempat dapat 1 semester pelajaran daskom, dasar komputer. Itu pakai bahasa program C++. Itu bahasa yang sangat primitif banget deh. Tapi sepertinya masih relate sampai sekarang. Karena logikanya hanya, yang saya ingat ya, misalnya kita if Y then do X, misalnya gitu. Nah jadi kalau kita pilih perintah apa, dan mesin harus menjalankan menjadi seperti apa. Nah itu bahasa sederhananya. Dan dengan kecanggihan yang sekarang, itu mesin bisa kita minta untuk membuat sesuatu yang lebih complicated lagi. Dengan cara yang lebih mudah lagi. Jadi mungkin teman-teman di sini ataupun yang di Zoom, misalnya pengguna Grasshopper dan segala macam, tinggal slide. Di balik munculnya icon slide dan kabel-kabel yang sangat menjulur-julur itu ada engineer yang bekerja keras untuk menghasilkan apa yang kita mau. Intinya kita yang minta mesin itu untuk di drive seperti apa sehingga mereka bisa menjalankan apa yang kita mau. Seperti itu. Nah, semakin mereka dapat data, mereka makin pintar. Nah, yang saya highlight kalau di Indonesia, sepertinya mining data itu agak minim. Dan andai kata sudah punya data besar, big data, misalnya kita ngomong Gojek gitu ya, itu mereka masih sektarian gitu, Jadi misalnya, ini saya bayangin aja nih, mungkin agak bandel gitu ya. Misalnya database-nya Gojek sama database-nya BPJS tuh ngobrol gitu. Jadi pada saat misalnya Ganes, ternyata di BPJS itu pernah kedetek kena diabetes gitu ya. Terus tiba-tiba pas dia mau pesen martabak manis Pecenongan, itu nggak bisa di Gojek gitu. Karena 2 data itu ngobrol. Sehingga karena apa? Karena ternyata penyebab Ganes kena diabetes itu gula. Dan ternyata misalnya martabak Pecenongan, nih sorry ngomong brand ya, karena emang deket aja deket rumah gitu ya, enak lagi martabaknya. Nah itu ternyata gulanya seperti apa? Atau es teh apalah gitu. Nggak bisa tuh Ganes ngeklik itu. Tapi kalau itu terjadi, itu mantep banget. Dan itu kan baru ngomong data yang akan disuapi ke machine learning. Dan akhirnya kita akan ngobrolin mengenai AI. Nah jadi kalau datanya nggak bagus, mesinnya juga nggak bagus. Jadi misalnya kayak handphone, smartphone kita ya, kalau misalnya itu pengguna iPhone gitu ya, Apple Maps gitu, itu kalau di Jakarta tuh jelek banget, bodoh banget gitu ya. Tapi pada saat handphonenya dibawa ke Singapura, langsung keren banget. Waktu 3D tuh muncul semua buildingnya gitu. Kalau di Jakarta nyari traffic aja susah, nggak bisa kan? Nah jadi apa? Kuncinya data. Pada saat datanya bagus, mesinnya bagus, AI-nya jalan dengan baik. Kurang lebih gitu, Nes.
Saya mau nambah nggak?
Boleh,
Yang
boleh.
analogi martabak itu ya, Indonesia tuh terkenal dengan banyak hacker. Di sini bisa ya dihack, nggak bisa pesan martabak Pecenongan, akan ada hacker yang bisa memesankan itu untuk Anda. Atau dia bayarin orang lain untuk pergi sana beliin gitu. Pasti ada cara gitu. Jadi meskipun data itu di kita masih sangat minim atau ini, justru itu kadang-kadang yang dilihat beberapa orang sebagai keleluasaan karena dengan tidak adanya data justru ketidakpastian itu sangat menarik justru kadang-kadang gitu. Di situ challenge-nya gitu.
Kira aku mau ikut nyautin yang statement itu yang tadi tentang martabak dan lain-lain. Soalnya aku jadi kebayang yang tentang keminiman data adalah keleluasaan, mungkin itu sangat benar ya. Kan kayak apa pepatah yang ignorance is bliss itu. Nah, soalnya tadi kebayang kalau kata Bang Erik, ya udah kalau lagi diabetes jangan pesen martabak gitu kata AI-nya. Tapi kan jadi nggak bisa kan, padahal pengen gitu. Terus jadi kebayang film apa ya, yang ada robot-robotnya dan dia
Black Mirror.
banyak lah filmnya. iRobot atau apa gitu, yang robotnya jahat kali ya. Iya itulah. Terus gak tahu, jadi membayangkan bahwa nanti AI itu bisa ada hubungannya dengan ethics, gimana sebebas apa manusia bisa bertindak gitu. Mungkin ada pendapat nggak tentang itu, kayak siapa tahu dengan berkembangnya AI jadi gini gitu.
Iya, tadi kita baru ngomongin ya, kan yang sekarang yang paling ditakutkan adalah ketika teknologi itu menguasai manusia atau mengoverride apa sih namanya istilahnya. Jadi pertanyaan adalah siapa sih yang berpikir di balik itu? Atau kalau misalnya seorang arsitek menghasilkan suatu desain dengan AI, sebetulnya siapa yang nanti bertanggung jawab? Karena kalau misalnya kita di dunia arsitek profesional di IAI, kita punya kode etik. Jadi ketika terjadi sesuatu dengan bangunan itu yang menimbulkan kerusakan atau bencana atau lain-lain, si arsitek itu yang bertanggung jawab. Tapi ketika dia bilang mesin yang melakukan itu, jadi siapa nanti yang bisa bertanggung jawab di sini? Atau mungkin di sisi lain tentang hak cipta, misalnya ya di sini ya gitu. Hak cipta itu menjadi milik siapa? Apakah milik si AI ini atau si arsiteknya? Atau kemarin saya sempat nonton satu podcast gitu yang mereka bilang dia pernah mencoba pakai Midjourney kalau nggak salah gitu, atau ya kalau nggak salah itu ya, dia mencoba masukkan beberapa prompt. Terus tiba-tiba pas dia lagi browsing di internet, dia menemukan ada desain yang mirip banget sama dia gitu. Itu gimana? Itu seolah-olah kayak memang sudah ada pola atau template yang kalau dimasukkan misalnya minimalis berkumis klimis, nanti keluarnya bangunannya kayak gini nih gitu ya. Atau apa sih sekarang yang lagi in tuh bangunan-bangunan sekarang dengan istilah-istilah itu green building, itu ya udah ada daunnya semua di permukaan kah gitu ya. Bahkan sekarang kalau kita lihat di internet aja, karya bangunan di Indonesia dengan di luar negeri suka kita nggak tahu, kalau kita nggak baca judulnya atau ini, kita nggak tahu konteksnya itu di mana. Bisa sama-sama bata gitu ya, misalnya bangunan kayak UI gini di Meksiko juga banyak banget misalnya, atau di tempat-tempat lain di Bangladesh itu yang tanah liatnya sangat bagus, itu di sana juga banyak. Kita nggak tahu tentang konteks lagi, tentang apa namanya, pemakai di baliknya itu atau bagaimana bangunan itu dihasilkan gitu. Tapi apakah itu menjadi sesuatu yang perlu ditakuti? Ya itu kita mesti pikir lagi tuh gitu. Jadi itu sih mungkin etika di situ ya.
Kayaknya udah dijawab semua sama Mbak Wendy, karena ya beliau paling enggak kalau di keprofesian IAI udah ngelotok banget ya. Ini segalanya mungkin karena ya almarhum Mas Juara juga sangat concern sama yang seperti itu. Ya tapi kalau kita ngelihat, kalau misalnya ngomong etik ya ininya, kalau saya nanti ujung-ujungnya jadi kayak gini, mengutip juga kata-kata almarhum Mas Juara, apa namanya, bisa dan wenang, seperti itu. Jadi ibu-ibu di dapurnya juga bisa bilang sama, hey Siri gitu ya, bikinin saya gini, keluar deh, plak gitu. Atau Alexa disuruh bikin apa-apa segala macam kayak gitu, itu mungkin banget. Tapi menjadikan itu menjadi sesuatu yang terkonstruk dan legal, nah itu mungkin jadi satu hal sendiri sih, seperti itu. Jadi ya kita ngelihat bahwa teknologi, kalau menurut saya khususnya AI ini adalah nanti sangat membantu, bisa mempercepat proses yang kita kerjakan, tapi at the end keputusannya masih tetap di kita. Seperti itu. Jadi apalagi di Indonesia gitu ya. Mungkin kalau di luar negeri yang datanya udah bagus banget, 90% di take over sama si AI, tapi 10%-nya keputusannya masih tetap di arsiteknya atau apa. Tapi jangan-jangan kalau di Indonesia ya karena datanya minim gitu ya, mau cari curah hujan di Ciganjur gitu aja susah misalnya seperti itu, ya jadi ujung-ujungnya ya mungkin 10%-nya si teknologi, 90% masih di kita. Tapi itu mungkin Indonesia hari ini. Besok jangan-jangan presentasenya bisa lebih bagus lagi. Nah itu yang kita coba cermati hari ke hari sih, kalau dari studio kecil saya gitu.
Oke, nah sekarang mungkin sebenarnya kita masuk ke inti dari si talk show nih. Mungkin boleh prompt berikutnya. Nah ini bukan terakhir sih, tapi menurutku ini yang paling penting. Jadi kita merajut, kalau di awal kita udah bahas budaya, di tengah kita bahas teknologi, terus sekarang kita mau merajut kedua hal itu gitu. Nah, kalau menurut Bang Erik sama Bu Wendy, sebenarnya ada nggak sih kayak hubungan nih antara teknologi dengan budaya gitu? Mungkin itu dulu pemantik ya, kayak hubungannya di mana antara teknologi dan budaya?
Teknologi dan budaya ya, itu mungkin erat banget kali ya. seperti itu ya. Jadi saya misalnya berkaca kepada rumahnya orang Nias gitu ya, rumahnya orang Nias. Jadi rumahnya orang Nias kan pakai V-column ya, gitu. Jadi sebelum Norman Foster bikin Hong Kong Bank gitu ya, itu orang Nias sudah dari zaman Bahala itu bikin seperti itu. Dan itu teknologi apa itu, gitu. Mereka mungkin nggak punya klasifikasi. Oh ini adalah apa namanya kolom dan balok, misalnya rigid frame seperti itu. Atau jangan salah juga di rumah Nias itu ternyata ada bearing wall yang kalau hari ini namanya bearing wall. Zaman dulu enggak. Mereka pokoknya bikin aja sesuatu yang ini penyekat antar bilik karena mereka rumahnya dempet-dempetan seperti itu, tapi gunanya untuk menyalurkan beban strukturnya yang super berat itu ke tanah, tapi jangan sampai connect ke tanah secara paten. Karena apa? Karena kita lagi ada di daerah gempa, ring of fire, sehingga semua kaki-kaki bangunannya mereka duduknya di atas batu. Dan itu terjadi juga di Sumatera Barat, di banyak daerah-daerah di Indonesia seperti itu. Sehingga waktu gempanya super hebat, ya cuman goyang-goyang aja, kayak ada meja seperti ini yang nggak nempel ke tanah, goyang-goyang aja. Selesai gempanya ya baik-baik aja, seperti itu. Mencoba mempatenkan dia ke bawah, itu malah melanggar hakikatnya si bangunan itu berdiri. Dan itu mungkin nenek moyang itu trial error, akhirnya menjadi teorinya mungkin jadi budaya ya buat mereka ya, seperti itu. Jadi kalau kita ngeliat ya kurang lebih korelasinya bisa seperti itu, Nes.
Oke, kalau teknologi dan budaya itu orang sering menganggapnya sebagai teknologi itu adalah sesuatu yang baru, sementara budaya itu adalah sesuatu yang lama gitu. Itu selalu dipertentangkan. Sebetulnya kalau kita pikirkan misalnya dulu tuh mulainya dari mana? Manusia purba tuh dulu menciptakan roda, misalnya inventing the wheel gitu. Terus dari situ orang makin lama udah tahu pakai aja roda, udah nggak perlu dipikirin lagi, nggak perlu di-create lagi, nggak perlu di reinvent lagi gitu. Tinggal pakai, mereka tanpa sadar sudah itu menjadi suatu budaya karena itu sesuatu yang sudah lama berada atau sesuatu yang berulang-ulang gitu. Atau mungkin contoh lain yang kita sering dengar misalnya kayak Feng Shui gitu ya. Itu sering dibungkus dengan mistis atau cerita atau folklore gitu di balik itu. Padahal mungkin dulu awalnya nenek moyang mereka tuh mencari misalnya bahwa aliran udara yang alami itu misalnya dimulainya dari mana gitu, dari tekanan yang tinggi ke tekanan yang rendah. Simpelnya itu mungkin ya, tapi mereka cerita dengan ada naga, ada air, ada apa gitu. Jadi itu mungkin yang diturunkan sebagai budaya gitu ya. Jadi itu seperti, saya rasa itu seperti intertwining selalu tuh teknologi dan budaya. Sesuatu yang menjadi budaya itu dulunya pernah baru juga gitu. Mungkin yang tadi ya, orang Nias bikin kolom V itu dari tahun berapa ya gitu. Abad keberapa, mungkin sebelumnya nggak ada, mereka masih tinggal di gua mungkin gitu atau di mana, kita nggak tahu gitu. Tapi ketika itu sudah menjadi sesuatu yang diuji dan berfungsi dengan baik, orang mengulang-ulang itu kemudian dan menganggap bahwa ini ciri khas yang kita nggak boleh hilangkan karena itu. Tapi orang bertanya lagi nggak sih, itu dulu yang pertama kali bikin dari mana tuh dapat itu gitu. Jadi menurut saya sih kita selalu harus mundur lagi, pikir lagi, nggak harus reinvent the wheel tapi rethink mungkin gitu ya. Dari mana sih, kenapa sih gitu.
Oke, nah sebenarnya waktu itu tuh pernah Pak Yuriantar datang ke sini buat ngasih lecture buat studio PL5, perancangan arsitektur 5. Nah, dia pertanyaannya nggak sama sih, cuman aku mau menanyakan hal yang mungkin cukup bersinggungan gitu. Kayak misalnya, misalkan berarti kita sepakat bahwa ya budaya itu sesuatu yang melekat di suatu daerah gitu. Pokoknya apapun yang terjadi di daerah itu, ya dia budaya daerah itu. Nah, jadi misalnya suatu hari, enggak sih bukan suatu hari, kan bisa dibilang budaya berkembang dari yang ada yang tradisional, ada yang modern gitu. Tapi nggak gini aja deh. Misalnya kita ada suatu saat dimana kita udah mulai semua orang tuh pakai, misal di Jakarta semua orang mendesain arsitekturnya pakai BIM gitu. Nah, bisa dikatakan nggak bahwa penggunaan BIM dalam arsitektur itu telah menjadi budaya di Jakarta, gitu, misalnya?
Mungkin harus dibedakan ya, bahwa teknologi pembantu itu ya hanya tools seperti itu yang tadi Mbak Wendy bilang. Mau nanti desainnya keluarnya melalui goresan pensil, ataupun hasil print out, ataupun digital yang nggak pernah jadi paperless, seperti itu ya itu hanya tools sih sebenarnya. Jadi kalau misalnya kita ngomongin budaya, apalagi arsitektur, ya mungkin erat kaitannya sama siapa sih yang gunain, mereka menggunakannya gimana gitu, kenyamanannya seperti apa. At the end, semua orang di dunia manapun kayaknya pengennya sesuatu yang membantu mereka untuk bertahan hidup, berkembang biak dengan enak, seperti itu ya. Terus menjalankan fungsi hari-harinya juga dengan nyaman, dan mereka akan kembali lagi ke relung-relung arsitektur itu. Apapun itu bentuknya, apakah itu menjadi rumah tinggalnya mereka, kantornya bekerja, tempatnya cari entertainment, dan segala macam. Kurang lebih gitu.
Apa aku salah nanya ya?
Jadi harap dipisahkan. Jadi harap dipisahkan.
Tadi aku maksudnya lebih ke gini sih, misalnya ya dulu budaya kita adalah membangun dengan batu gitu. Tapi karena sekarang perkembangan teknologi sudah sedemikian rupa, ya sekarang kita udah membangun dengan beton gitu. Jadi apa bisa jadi ya sekarang budaya kita membangun dengan beton gitu. Cuman yang dulu tetap budaya kita. Atau jangan-jangan yang sekarang itu udah bukan budaya kita karena udah tidak seperti dulu gitu. Aku lebih membingungkan dialek atau dilema itu sih, kayak apakah yang sekarang itu setelah perkembangan teknologi masih bisa disebut sebagai ya ini budaya kita karena udah ada adaptasi dengan perkembangan teknologi gitu.
Pertanyaannya adalah budaya itu adalah ciri khas sekumpulan orang atau alasan mengapa sekumpulan orang itu melakukan hal itu? Sama-sama nanya nih. Sebetulnya apa ya gitu.
Mau diulang, Bu?
Iya. Ya, jadi banyak yang mungkin agak terlalu menyederhanakan budaya itu sebagai sesuatu yang sudah ada dari dulu, berulang-ulang dan tidak boleh berubah misalnya gitu ya. Dianggap menjadi identitas kelompok orang itu. Tapi ketika orang itu berubah, apakah itu jadi melawan budaya gitu? Apakah memang ada melawan budaya itu ada atau enggak gitu ya? Atau ini ada basis di belakangnya adalah ada naluri instingtif dari tiap orang untuk melakukan sesuatu berdasarkan memang kebutuhannya dia atau dengan keadaan yang ada di sekitarnya dia memang mau nggak mau dia harus melakukannya seperti itu gitu. Nah itu jadi pertanyaan emang kayak bangun dengan beton kan budaya Jepang bukan budaya Indonesia, iya kah? Kayaknya Jepang juga dulu pakai kayu juga kok gitu ya. Sejak kapan dia jadi beton misalnya? Beton tuh dari mana ya sebenarnya? Apa Prancis? Karena dari kata betong itu kan bahasanya dari Prancis ya. Siapa sih yang pertama kali ini? Apakah itu dari zaman revolusi industri gitu? Justru kita mesti nanya lagi gitu. Apa sih budaya itu? Gitu.
Oke.
Bisa jawab nggak?
Nggak bisa dong, bukan itu menurutku sesuatu yang nggak tahu sih, karena jawabannya tidak mungkin kayak satu jawaban pasti gitu. Jadi sesuatu yang emang kita pasti tanya sehari-hari gitu. Nggak sehari-hari sih, cuma saya pasti kepikiran at some point dalam hidup kita kayak budaya tuh apa sih, kayak yang mendefine dia jadi budaya tuh apa. Gitu. Nah, terus ya udah ini masih 15 menit. Tapi ini pertanyaan utamanya sih sebenarnya, kayak kira-kira dengan perkembangan AI gitu terutama terhadap masyarakat Indonesia yang langgam arsitekturnya sangat beragam gitu tuh. Sebenarnya kira-kira Bang Erik atau Bu Wendy tuh gimana ya melihatnya seperti apa gitu? Apakah bakal ada shift of culture yang sangat wah karena penggunaan AI ini? Apakah bakal tetap sama aja Indonesia tapi pakai AI gitu? Sebenarnya lebih melihat kayak threat dan potensi dari AI ini terhadap Indonesia, terutama arsitektur gitu mungkin ya.
Arsitektur Indonesia ya, kayak gitu ya. Mungkin kalau saya ngeliat mungkin karena kita ini praktisi ya, mungkin saya coba lihat dari sisi kepraktekan ya, gitu ya. Jadi ya kalau dari kita ngeliat kita waktu berkarya itu kan pasti melewati banyak stage seperti itu. Jadi dan arsitek itu adalah profesi yang harus punya klien seperti itu. Jadi kayaknya nggak bisa tuh tiba-tiba bangun 27 lantai gitu, nggak bisa. Cuman mungkin kalau pekerjaan lain dia bisa bawa kanvas ke pinggir pantai terus dia gambar-gambar segala macam, nggak ada kliennya pun nggak apa-apa. Nah kalau kita rasanya enggak. Nah karena kita punya klien dan kita punya stage yang bisa dilewatin dari interview, dari survei, dari bikin fase-fase desain, konsep desain, skematik, sampai ke periodic supervision, itu sebenarnya kita melihat teknologi AI ini bisa membantu kita, seperti itu. Nah, yang paling menarik sih emang kalau misalnya setiap stage itu kita sangat terbantu gitu ya. Jadi saya mungkin sempat bikin catatan sedikit nih kalau di lintasannya studio saya gitu ya. Mungkin kalau misalnya di fase kita nge-review Tor gitu ya, misalnya 5 tahun yang lalu kita pernah ditanya sama klien corporate gitu, kira-kira tren perumahan atau apartemen ke depan tuh kayak apa ya? Nah, kalau kita punya data yang bagus, seperti apa gitu, itu kita mungkin bisa memprediksi. Karena mereka akan lebih senang kalau desain yang dikeluarkan dan hasil keluarannya itu yang dibutuhkan sama end user. Karena ujung-ujungnya sebenarnya teknologi itu harus membantu kita untuk berguna buat masyarakat luas. Seperti itu. Dan kalau misalnya kita masuk ke fase konsep gitu ya. Jadi misalnya sekarang tuh ada misalnya kita ngomong Autodesk Forma gitu ya. Nah Autodesk Forma itu bisa membantu kita dari studi program, masuk ke site, terus efeknya ke environment. Tapi lagi-lagi itu program mungkin kalau di sebuah negara yang datanya bagus banget, kita pilih dari Google Maps, masuk ke sebuah daerah, terus langsung keluar konturnya, building di sekitarnya, dan mungkin vegetasinya juga langsung dapat dan segala macam. Kita bisa ngomong sama pemberi tugas kita bahwa ini ada sekian opsi, ini akan potensial untuk dikembangkan lebih lanjut, silahkan mau dipilih yang mana. Impact-nya begini begitu. Karena ujung-ujungnya kita konsultan, kita tugasnya mengkonsultani sehingga menjadi lingkungan bangun yang baik gitu ya. Nah ini saya cerita sedikit, saya pernah dapat tugas di area UI juga, bikin bangunan pendidikan 12 dan 20 lantai, 2 tower seperti itu. Nah partner kita di bagian sustainability itu dengan mempergunakan sejenis AI, itu dia bisa menghasilkan dengan cepat sekali opsi 400 usulan fasad seperti itu dengan parameter yang sudah kita tentukan, window to wall ratio sekian sampai masukin budget gitu, budgetnya harus sekian, sehingga dari 400 itu akhirnya kita pilih 8, dari 8 kita pilih 4, dan dari 4 kita pilih 1 yang sudah diterima sama dekan di fakultas seperti itu. Jadi kita ngelihat bikin 400 opsi itu biasanya lama banget loh, dan 400 opsi itu hanya dikeluarin dalam waktu 1 hari seperti itu sangat membantu banget. Jadi teknologi itu ya yang membantu kita tuh di titik-titik itu. Dan kalau misalnya kita lanjut lagi ya, misalnya masuk ke zona ini agak runut nggak apa-apa ya Nes ya?
Nggak apa-apa.
Ininya ya. Misalnya kita masuk ke skematik gitu, fase skematik. Nah teknologi itu bisa membantu kita, misalnya kita pakai BIM gitu ya, dari level rendah sampai level intermediate gitu ya. Dari mungkin yang ada di sini sangat familiar sama yang namanya SketchUp gitu, itu BIM juga sih ininya. Ataupun pakai yang intermediate mau pakai ArchiCAD, Revit dan segala macam kalau buat arsitektur gitu ya. Itu sama-sama untuk membantu dan kita masuk ke misalnya design development gitu ya. Kita bisa pakai ya tadi grasshopper dan segala macam dengan scripting, dengan parameter yang kita setting dan segala macam. Itu lagi-lagi teknologi membantu kita untuk menghasilkan desain-desain yang sangat membantu pemberi tugas kita untuk menentukan pilihan. Seperti itu. Dan dengan cepat. Kata kuncinya satu, dengan cepat. Karena teknologi membantu kita untuk mempercepat apapun proses kita. Decision tetap di mana? Tetap di kita. Dan kalau misalnya kita ngelihat nanti, ini ada fase yang menarik ya. Misalnya tender. AI bisa apa sih? Andai kata kontraktor kita itu udah terindeks dengan baik di data kita ya. Jadi mereka tuh kalau mau masukin tender ke government ataupun ke swasta itu nggak submit lagi dokumen PQ. Mereka tuh udah punya indeks. Saya itu kontraktor dengan kode K1234. Kualifikasi saya segini. Saya mau ngincar project itu karena saya sesuai kualifikasinya. Tapi ternyata di indeks itu tenaga ahlinya udah kepake semua. Artinya apa? Dia nggak bisa masuk ke sana. Nah ini Pak Alvar udah mulai senyum-senyum nih. Jadi itu kan keadaan ideal, mungkin cenderung utopis ya Pak ya. Jadi kayak gitu, jadi artinya apa? Pada saat semua data itu sudah terkolek dengan baik, fase tender pun bisa sangat terang benderang dan nggak ada hengki-pengki lagi. Seperti itu. Dan setelah tender biasanya kita bikin for construction drawings, itu harusnya bisa dengan cepat banget dengan teknologi. Dan yang paling menarik adalah pada saat construction phase. AI kalau bekerja sama dengan BIM, misalkan kita mempergunakan surveillance dengan CCTV, misalkan kita punya ada lubang eskalator atau lubang lift gede banget. Kalau kita kasih parameter, kita kasih script, andai kata ada objek berjalan menuju titik ini, 2 meter dari situ, dan do beep. Artinya apa? Petugas K3S di project itu akan langsung ambil action. Seperti itu sehingga bisa jadi zero accident. Nah, itu belum kejadian sih. Gitu. Nah, Pak Alvar ketawa lagi. Kayak gitu. Jadi yang kejeblos di lift, di lubang lift dari lantai 20 turun ke bawah bukan banyak lagi, banyak gitu. Ini cuman nggak pernah diekspos saja karena daripada polis lain hadir di proyek ya Pak ya. Kayak gitu. Nah, dan waktu fase konstruksi, contoh nih ya, misalkan kita lagi bikin bridge gitu, jembatan. Nah, direksi kit kita pasti jauh-jauh tuh. Bisa jadi direksi jembatannya ada 2 kilo di sana. Kita terbangin drone, kita surveillance ke sana. Per hari ini harusnya sudah ada 7 girder yang berdiri di sana. Ternyata baru 5. Drone-nya kasih data ke kita dan drone-nya akan bilang bahwa ini ada potensial keterlambatan project. Jadi machine learning akan membantu kita untuk membantu what next gitu. Apa yang mesti di speed up. Nah jadi kalau misalkan itu terjadi, teknologi itu di studio kecil kami itu kepakainya bisa kayak gitu. Seperti itu. Dari fase interview sampai fase terakhir. Dan mungkin kalau misalnya sampai ke building maintenance dengan BIM level 7D, wah itu keren banget sih, seperti itu. Dan Arup, ini ada satu cerita sedikit, Arup itu menggabungkan antara AI, lalu BIM, IoT, dan 5G untuk menghasilkan aplikasi yang bisa membuat running building maintenance saving 15% untuk energinya. Itu gede loh, seperti itu. Nah jadi kalau dari ujung ke ujung teknologi bisa dipakai seperti itu dengan bantuan AI, ya ujung-ujungnya hidupnya bisa lebih mudah ya, lebih terukur. Pilihannya apa yang mau kita ambil jelas. Pemberi tugas kita makin terbantu dengan yang namanya arsitek. Seperti itu. Nah, ya kita sih berharap ya ini sih ngimpi-ngimpinya arsitek aja sih. Arsitek studio kecil dari pinggir kebun pisang di Ciganjur gitu ya. Jadi mudah-mudahan gitu ke depan Indonesia tuh bisa punya seperti itu. Karena sudah ada kontraktor Indonesia yang sampai bahasanya kita masangin barcode di jidatnya tukang-tukangnya mereka. Artinya apa? Ada tukang gypsum gitu. itu kerja nggak bagus di satu project, bintangnya jadi 4,3, makin jelek lagi 3. Kalau bintangnya jelek, dia nggak bisa diterima di semua project dari grup itu. Tapi kalau dia bagus, dia malah diperebutkan. Seperti itu. Dan percayalah, itu sudah terjadi. Mereka sudah punya database 20.000 tukang dan akan berkembang lebih lanjut lagi. Dan itu kalau diimplementasikan di seluruh kontraktor yang ada di Indonesia, kita bisa punya mapping yang bagus. Dan kita bisa bilang nanti, oh Indonesia tuh ternyata ketukangannya bagus banget. Seperti itu. Atau malah emang hancur banget. Gitu. Jadi harus belajar lagi. Kemana lah. Seperti itu. Nah itu menurut studio kecil kami mungkin implikasi teknologi di keprofesian yang kami jalani, arsitek kurang lebih bisa seperti itu, Nes. Dari hulu ke hilir. Mungkin Mbak Wendy.
Tadi pertanyaan apa? Shift ya? Pergeseran ya? Oke. Kalau menurut saya sih shift itu sudah terjadi, sedang terjadi dan akan terjadi terus gitu. Mungkin kita yang paling gampang kita detect itu waktu pandemi. Semua orang tiba-tiba shifting ke online communication. Bekerja, belajar semuanya melalui basis online. Bahkan ibu saya yang umur 80 tahun sekarang bisa Zoom. Jago nggak gitu. Padahal sebelumnya dia gaptek banget gitu. Cuman dengan cara trial and errornya bisa gitu. Kita ketika dipaksa bisa. Sekarang kita bisa pakai smartphone. Dulu tuh kalau kerja komputernya gede, tabung gitu ya, ngabisin meja. Sekarang kita bisa kerja di sini aja udah cukup gitu udah. Atau kembali ke tisu lagi gitu. Nah, kalau menurut saya tadi yang sempat menarik tuh waktu diskusi sama Sinta tadi sebelum ini ya. Kan pertanyaan mungkin di banyak kepala orang adalah apakah AI akan memusnahkan arsitek gitu, atau ketika kalian lulus nanti masih ada pekerjaan nggak nih, karena arsitek udah pakai AI aja lah, nggak pusing lagi gitu. Menurut saya sih tetap ada gitu ya, karena kita aja dulu misalnya dari drafter manual berubah ke CAD, kita tetap butuh operator yang mengoperasikan mesin itu. Nanti AI juga kita mungkin masih butuh orang yang bisa mengendalikan ininya. Kalau soal tadi pilihan 400 biji itu, kita punya beberapa klien yang setiap minggu kita meeting berubah pikiran terus dan minta opsi terus. Kalau dikasih 400 setiap minggu dia minta 400, bisa nanti mungkin 1,3 juta opsi kali ya gitu. Emang akan selalu ada. Kita justru butuhnya klien yang pakai AI. Keputusannya hari ini dong Bu gitu kalau bisa ya gitu. Jadi capek nih gitu. Kita karena kita masih manual betul-betul yang mengerjakan semua alternatif itu gitu. Mungkin ujung-ujungnya adalah kita mesti bertanya apa sih yang mereka cari. Mungkin karena sekarang pilihan itu menjadi lebih mudah, orang jadi pengen mengeksersis bisa punya berapa pilihan. Dulu ketika kita tidak punya pilihan, misalnya zaman kuliah kita dulu cuma bisa dari apa buku yang ada di perpustakaan dulu ya, kita belajar dari situ aja gitu. Kita nggak tahu informasi dari dunia lain karena nggak ada bukunya atau bahasanya nggak ada. Sekarang kita bisa Google Translate, bisa cari e-books, bisa kalau mau gitu. Tapi apakah sudah dilakukan? Belum tentu juga gitu. Tinggal bagaimana kita memakai teknologi itu tadi gitu. Jadi sebetulnya setiap perubahan itu kita selalu mengejar atau selalu harus beradaptasi. Untuk saat ini manusia masih belum bisa tergantikan, saya rasa sih ya. Mungkin berubah cara bekerjanya, berubah fungsinya, ya mungkin gitu. Karena katanya artificial intelligence itu mungkin belum benar-benar intelligent. Apa yang disebutnya autonomous intelligence itu yang bisa berpikir sendiri itu belum ada murni gitu, atau belum sepenuhnya seperti itu ya. Semuanya masih ada orang di belakangnya gitu. Jadi untuk saat ini enggak, apalagi kalau saya lihat ya proyek di nun jauh di sana itu kayak jauh dari teknologi itu ya gitu. Meskipun mereka sudah dapat internet, sudah dapat ini gitu, tapi cara bekerjanya masih ada orang yang lebih menyukai cara bekerja lama dan lain-lain gitu. Indonesia sangat diverse, sangat berwarna-warni gitu. Kita ngomongin AI hari ini di sini, di ujung belahan Indonesia yang sana mungkin apaan tuh gitu. Itu nggak ada pengaruhnya terhadap hidup saya gitu. Mungkin iya sekarang dia bisa WhatsAppan sama temennya di sini, tapi selebihnya dia kerja masih kayak gitu juga gitu. Kita masih lama. Jangankan Indonesia lah gitu. Amerika atau Eropa aja kadang-kadang ketinggalan sama kita soal teknologi ya. Misalnya zaman dulu tuh kita di sini udah pakai iPhone versi yang terbaru, mereka masih pakai Nokia yang ini manual banget gitu ya. Kadang-kadang malah kayaknya Asia itu sekarang lebih cepat daripada belahan bumi yang lain gitu ya. Jadi soal tergantung gimana kita mau memakai teknologi itu, mau dibawa kemana, apakah itu bisa kita gunakan untuk sesuatu yang lebih bermanfaat, atau apakah memang kita mau digantikan, atau kita perlu beradaptasi aja. Mungkin job description-nya berubah saja nantinya gitu, tapi tetap gitu kita perlu di sini sebagai mediator yang bisa mengkomunikasikan ide itu kepada klien misalnya gitu. Itu kan intinya ya arsitek itu. Jadi dia menjelaskan sesuatu kepada klien yang tidak mengerti gitu bagaimana suatu bangunan itu dihasilkan, atau karena dia tidak sekolah arsitektur ya dia tidak tahu apa hari-harinya gitu ya. Apakah implikasinya dan lain-lain gitu. Jadi klien saya masih banyak banget yang gaptek atau kemampuan 3 dimensinya sangat rendah. Udah dikasih AI pakai VR juga tapi dia nggak kebayang. Sampai orangnya dibawa ke site-nya, ini nih Pak, ruangannya segede gini sampai segini, tingginya segini. Oh iya ya, kegedean ya, kenapa saya minta segini ya gitu. Tetap kadang-kadang ada juga ya gitu. Jadi saya belum tahu ini bisa kemana gitu nanti, apakah sensori kita bisa digantikan oleh AI untuk membantu kita bekerja dan untuk klien kita bisa mengerti kita. Kalau iya mungkin menyenangkan gitu.
Oke. Mungkin sebenarnya bagus ya karena berarti kita masih dibutuhkan teman-temannya. Iya.
Lebih murah daripada AI.
Sekarang. Nggak tahu nanti ya. Sebenarnya tadi aku kepikiran satu pertanyaan cuman lupa gitu. Jadi gimana kalau kita tanya penonton aja nih sekarang, kita buka langsung sesi pertanyaan ya teman-teman. Jadi untuk setengah jam sekarang kita bakal buka sesi pertanyaan buat teman-teman yang penasaran pendapat Bang Erik dan juga Bu Wendy terkait tema. Iya sebenarnya nggak harus terkait tema sih, ya udah kalau pengen tanya aja tentang apapun sebenarnya. Jadi untuk yang mau bertanya, yang ada di ruangan boleh langsung aja angkat tangan, nanti langsung berdiri dan kita bakal ngasih mikrofon. Dan untuk yang penonton di Zoom meeting boleh langsung aja raise hand, atau kalau pengen naruh pertanyaannya di dalam kolom chat juga boleh, nanti akan ditanyakan. Jadi mungkin gitu dulu. Jadi apakah ada yang mau bertanya? Langsung saja angkat tangan. Mas Alvar. Ayo Mas.
Kalau nggak saya cerita ya, tadi saya utang cerita sama Sinta. Saya bilang nggak ada kejadian-kejadian di dunia praktek yang menarik sekarang. Kemarin ada teman saya yang kalah tender bukan sama arsitek lagi, tapi sama creative director. Jadi dia diminta untuk mendesain satu proyek komersil. Terus dia udah ada ide, masukkan fee-nya sebagainya, terus dia ternyata tersingkirkan oleh creative director ini yang bukan arsitek gitu. Tapi dia punya segala ide, segala macam. Terus saya tanya ke teman saya ini, tapi kan kalau arsitek kan punya ilmu tentang struktur, tentang utilitas, tentang hal-hal di balik itu. Terus gimana sih creative director? Dia kan cuma ide aja dulu yang keluar ya. Oh iya, si creative director ini meng-hire arsitek yang lebih murah untuk berada di bawahnya dia gitu. Jadi kalian mungkin musuhnya bukan cuma AI sekarang, tapi profesi lain gitu. Jadi sekarang kitanya yang mesti beradaptasi atau mesti lebih punya dimensi lain daripada hanya membuat denah tampak potongan misalnya gitu ya. Mesti ada pemikiran-pemikiran lain juga.
Serem sih, tapi kebayang soalnya kayak kemarin aku lihat, bukan aku lihat sih, tapi waktu itu aku pernah nyari kan kayak jasa desain arsitek di Shopee gitu. Terus kayak ada yang 1 meter persegi itu kayak 2.000 rupiah. Terus kayak wah gimana caranya semurah itu. Maksudnya kayak dia berarti menghasilkan desain dengan effortless itu gitu. Tapi ternyata kata temanku bisa jadi dia pakai AI. Jadi tinggal masukin gini, seret jadilah tuh. Jadi sebenarnya bisnis yang sangat menguntungkan gitu. Yang 2.000 per meter persegi.
Jangan itu Shopee ya murah banget sih. Yang saya lihat kemarin IKEA. IKEA tuh jasa interior desain 1,5 juta paket, tapi nggak boleh ada revisi. Jadi kalau revisi bayar 1,5 juta lagi. Dengan barang-barang IKEA, mereka udah punya apps yang tinggal kita masukin berapa kali berapa, masukin aja semua furniture-nya IKEA. Jadi pluk gitu. Beneran gitu. Itu dalam hitungan menit gitu.
Dari IKEA-nya?
Dari IKEA ada. Dulunya itu gunanya buat kita kayak kalau mau belanja ke IKEA, kita bisa tahu nih, oh saya perlu beli yang ini dan ini ukurannya muat nih di rumah saya gitu. Sekarang mereka menawarkan kepada umum untuk bisa mendesainkan. Kamu kerja di IKEA aja.
Banyak duitnya sih sepertinya ya. Iya. Bang Erik ada mau cerita sambil nunggu ada yang mau nanya nih. Yang mau nanya jangan malu-malu ya, tinggal nanya aja, tinggal saya gitu. Mas Alvar. Oke. Seperti penasaran gitu loh Mas, bukannya kayak aduh pengen banget nanya. Atau mungkin yang di belakang ada yang mau nanya, peserta-peserta sayembara gitu khususnya. Iya. Atau yang di Zoom belum ya? Belum ada ya?
Saya nambahin ya.
Boleh.
Jadi waktu 2010 ya, saya di kantor lama itu sudah lumayan mahir, kita mengoperate BIM dan segala macam gitu ya. Itu ada satu pihak yang sangat ketakutan, divisi quantity surveyor seperti itu, karena dia mengetahui bahwa ternyata dari modelingnya kita ini yang menghasilkan gambar kerja dan segala macam itu ternyata bisa menghasilkan volume dengan cepat. Terus dia bilang, wah punah nih gua nih, seperti itu. Dia udah ketakutan, udah mikirin gimana caranya bertani di Sukabumi gitu mungkin ya, kayak gitu. Tapi kita bilangin sama dia, Pak, namanya Pak Wawan, kan Bapak tuh kalau ngitung proyek yang luasannya segini kan 2 minggu gitu ya. Biasanya hard copy-nya dicetakin, coret-coret segala macam, terus masukin input ke Excel segala macam kayak gitu-gitu. Nah sekarang dengan teknologi yang kayak gini, dalam 2 minggu Bapak bisa ngerjain 7 proyek, bisa ngitung 7 proyek. Jadi Bapak tuh nggak hilang Pak, tapi Bapak makin produktif. Alhamdulillah, nggak jadi nyangkul di Sukabumi katanya. Nah jadi sebenarnya memang harus ada pemahaman-pemahaman lah ya. Jadi artinya si Magic Tools itu juga apakah itu ya namanya juga kayak pisau ya, bisa buat motong rumput, bisa juga buat bunuh orang gitu, seperti itu. Nah jadi teknologi itu bisa seperti itu juga, tergantung kita mau arahin kemana, seperti itu. Dan banyak sekali genre science fiction di film seperti itu yang temanya adalah pemusnahan manusia kan, populasi dan segala macam. Ya ujung-ujungnya kayak gitu, ngasih handphone gratis, ada chipnya di ini, terus tiba-tiba kepalanya bisa meledak gitu. Kenapa? Yang nanam beras segitu-segitu aja, misalnya seperti itu. Tapi ujung-ujungnya gimana? Data. Nah ternyata data tuh menarik banget sih. Dan yang kalau saya cermati di kampus ini kan dari berbagai macam level perancangan arsitektur juga sudah mulai harus dikenalkan sama yang namanya mining data. Tapi harap diingat data itu ada yang hitam ada yang putih. Jadi kalau misalnya kita ngomong sama developer, nah developer itu kan biasanya punya in-house ya Mbak ya. Jadi isinya juga ada arsitek, engineer dan segala macam. Mereka tuh yang kalau lagi nggak ada kerjaan ya, tapi emang ada di bagian R&D-nya mereka itu selalu berpikir mesti ngapain lagi. Nah, AI itu berguna banget sih buat mereka harusnya. Jadi karena sudah banyak tools yang bisa, yang seperti tadi ya misalnya si Autodesk Forma itu kita milih site dan bisa ada parameter regulasi yang menariknya. Jadi misalnya setback, KKOP dan segala macam itu bisa dimasukin. Tapi lagi-lagi itu apa sih? Itu kan parameter. Yang setting siapa? Kita, bukan si mesin. Seperti itu. Nah, terus Oke, akhirnya jadi apa? Nah, terus ngelihat tren. Oh, ternyata sekarang itu hotel itu kurang diminati, misalnya gitu. Atau office itu makin kurang diminati, seperti itu. Nah, dari agak lama kita sudah memprediksi office itu makin turun permintaannya. Tapi orang itu tetap harus butuh rumah tinggal. Kalau sudah berhuni, masih tetap butuh yang namanya sarana hiburan, gitu. Jadi orang akan tetap ke bioskop. Tapi itu pun udah mulai salah saat ini. Karena ada Netflix, ada Apple TV, segala macam kayak gitu. Dan satu lagi, rumah sakit, gitu. Mereka udah senang-senang kerja, segala macam, pasti ada kalanya sakit. Dan kayaknya kalau sakit itu kemungkinan nggak bisa self diagnose banget gitu ya, tetap harus kadang-kadang ke rumah sakit. Jadi rumah sakit itu masih panjang umurnya tuh, seperti itu. Rumah tinggal panjang umurnya, tinggal landed atau stack ke atas, seperti itu. Tapi yang namanya entertainment makin kurang. Nah, itu bisa diprediksi dan dibantu dengan data yang baik dan diolah oleh machine learning atau AI itu. Sehingga bisa, ke depan ternyata begini. Dan nanti bisa dipilah-pilah lagi tuh. Ternyata rumah sakit yang harus dibangun tuh rumah sakit jantung di Jakarta, karena di Jakarta tuh stres banget, orangnya banyak jantungan misalnya gitu. Tiba-tiba bisa revisi 13-nya dikeluarin nggak? Jantungan tuh arsitek tuh kalau ditanya kayak gitu tuh ininya. Saya mau terbang nih kemana nih segala macam kayak gitu. Nah, jadi kalau semua data itu sudah terkoneksi dengan baik, itu menarik banget sih. Prediktif, salah satu bahasanya prediktif. Tapi memang mungkin di negara kita sesuatu yang terprediksi itu malah jadi ada yang mau menghindari. Seperti itu. Saya suka malu-malu hati waktu saya ngerjain Sirkuit Tower, nemenin KPF ke Jakarta. Saya baca semua peraturan di Jakarta. Makin saya baca, makin saya pusing. Gitu. Peraturan ini dapat dari SNI. SNI-nya dapat dari British Standard dan mengacu kepada Hong Kong Standard. Di British Standard udah ganti 2 kali dan segala macam, sehingga sebenarnya peraturan ini udah nggak valid. Seperti itu. Jadi waktu partner kita dari New York nanya, Erik, Jakarta boleh nggak begini begitu? Saya jawabnya apa? Hopefully. Malu banget gitu. Karena apa? Saya bilang iya, maju ke sidang. Di sana bisa bilang enggak loh. Padahal peraturannya begini. Seperti itu, arsitek udah harus maju banyak banget. Ternyata, misalnya contoh ya, peraturan damkar di Jakarta masih begini. Sehingga kita harus bikin bukan pakai performance base, tapi masih distance base. Seperti itu, dan itu udah primitif banget kalau di Australia atau di luar negeri. Seperti itu. Nah itu lagi-lagi sih perannya data ya, seperti itu. Di Hong Kong itu katanya kalau ngerubah satu pasal itu harus diberitakan di media cetak, seperti itu. Jadi kalau ada perubahan pasal peraturan kebakaran misalnya gitu, itu harus diberitakan sehingga semua orang tahu. Kalau di sini peraturannya keluar Februari, kami baru tahunya Oktober, seperti itu. Nah, jadi kayaknya memang ada yang menikmati tidak sinkronan data yang ada di Indonesia, seperti itu. Siapa di ruangan ini yang masih suka dapet SMS pinjam 100 gitu ininya? Itu kenapa sih nggak bisa diberantas sama Menkom Info? Apa mesti nunggu Ganes jadi Menkom Info? Sehingga setiap seluler yang terdaftar itu harus kedetek. Jadi kalau Pak Alvar ini berani-beraninya ngirim pesan, halo selamat Anda dapat hadiah ini segala macam, 5 menit kemudian ada polsek terdekat datang ke rumahnya dia. Kayak gitu. Gimana tuh caranya biar bisa seperti itu? Ya ini ngomong bahasa lain ya. Tapi itu salah satu data yang bisa dipergunakan di berbagai elemen. Gitu. Jadi kalau datanya bagus, Indonesia bisa bagus. Kami di studio punya bercandaan begini. Kita mau, kita bisa. Pertanyaannya kita mau nggak? Siapa yang di sini kalau misalnya ke puncak bosen kena macet? Ada? Nah, gitu. Jadi emang nggak bisa tuh puncak dibenerin? Macetnya diberesin? Bisa. Tapi ini kan forum online ya? Oh iya ya. gitu ya.
Diizinkan
okay. Jadi kalau misalnya puncak itu diberesin gitu ya, dari Gadok sampai ke Bonteh itu diberesin, ada orang-orang yang kehilangan pekerjaan, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kayak gitu. Dan itu adalah bip gitu ya. Jadi nggak bisa disebutin di sini, artinya gitu. Jadi pertanyaannya, mau nggak? Kalau mau bisa, dan itu Indonesia loh. Jadi mau nggak ada SMS penipuan? Bisa, tapi kalau mau gitu ininya, gitu ya.
Sulit ya Mas, bahasannya udah masalah sistemik ya ini sepertinya ya, masalah kejujuran gitu.
Jadi gini, nambahin dikit, ada biro arsitek di Singapura, itu kerjaannya kalau tiap Jumat ngobrolin yang non arsitektur, ngebahas kenapa bursa stok turun, kenapa harga roti di minimarket itu mahal, seperti itu. Ujung-ujungnya mereka akhirnya ngerti, oh karena perang ini, karena perang itu, segala macam. Bener kan ya? Jadi harga Indomie naik itu gara-gara Ukraina nggak bisa kirim gandum lagi kan ke arah Asia gitu kan. Jadi anak-anak kos di Margonda itu pasti kesulitan tuh makan Indomie yang enak gitu kan, karena harganya jadi mahal. Nah itu tapi ada, maksudnya buat apa sih? Mempelajari data. Kalau arsitekturnya kayaknya udah dianggap selesai, tapi bagaimana saat ketemu CEO dari developer apa bertanya mengenai kalau saya bikin cabin box di area Changi, saya untung nggak? Bagaimana kamu jawab kayak gitu kalau kita nggak langsung punya database yang cantik gitu? Ininya, Pak sebentar ya Pak, langsung googling sebentar, buka database, 5 menit kemudian, Pak jangan Pak, rugi. Gitu, kan seru. Daripada ngomong, bisa Pak, gitu. Bagus Pak kalau di Changi, apalagi gini-gini nih, ngebluff aja gitu. Pas udah dibangun nggak ada yang pakai, karena datanya salah. Seperti itu. Karena kita rindu proyek gitu, kita bisa menyalah-nyalahkan data. Itu jangan banget sih sebenarnya. Jangan sih kalau di kita. Di studio kami sering banget, bukannya gimana ya, cuman ya kita bilang kalau misalnya belum boleh dibangun atau karena nggak bagus, itu sebaiknya kita bilang seperti itu. Banyak klien yang kita bilang, akhirnya kita ya proyeknya dikit gitu, ya nggak apa-apa. Tapi daripada kita, oke, bangun Pak hotel di sini, ini bagus. Apaan penerbangan ke Gorontalo aja masih sedikit, kayak gitu. Siapa yang mau nginep di situ? Nah kita bilangin kayak gitu, tapi kita harus ada data di belakangnya. Nah karena itu pengetahuan akan data, apapun ya, apapun. Berapa banyak tukang ketoprak di Kukusan gitu ya, berapa banyak tukang nasi uduk, berapa banyak banyak kecurian di Depok, seperti itu telan aja. Anytime kita bisa tahu, oh ternyata kita butuh polsek tambah 1, oh berarti ini, seperti itu. Atau tiba-tiba kalau misalnya ada pembangunan apa, kita bisa bilang, ini ngabisin anggaran nih. Itu nggak boleh juga ya di forum ini ya ngomong kayak gitu ya. Tapi ya kurang lebih kayak gitu.
Iya. Kadang suka penasaran sih. Ada yang angkat tangan gak sih? Wuhui, let's go. Gimana? Ini aku kesana aja deh, gak apa-apa. Perkenalan dulu ya.
Cek, ya perkenalkan. Saya ingin bertanya sedikit. Tadi Pak Erik sempat menanyakan, ngasih sedikit tentang kayak AI itu kan pasti butuh data. Nah itu jadi membuat sebuah pertanyaan lagi, kayak kalau misalnya AI itu butuh data dan kita mau mengintegrasikan AI ini ke misalnya ke suatu site yang memang mungkin secara kultural mungkin dia sensitif atau mungkin dia secara heritage dia punya regulasi tertentu, seakan-akan jadi kita tidak bisa mendapatkan data di site yang seperti itu. Nah mau tanya, kira-kira kalau misalnya seperti itu apakah mending mungkin role AI di dalam sebuah proses seperti itu, kira-kira dia role-nya tuh ada di mana, dan apakah malah kalau misalnya kayak gitu disitulah di mana peran manusia tuh lebih unggul dibanding AI kayak gitu. Terima kasih.
Oke. Jadi bagaimanapun data itu harus digali dari sebuah pencarian. Nah pencariannya itu bisa jadi memang itu bisa jadi pencarian pertama, kedua, ketiga dan segala macam. Ini saya baru nemenin klien di Jakarta Kota Tua gitu ya, ada di bangunan 300 tahun gitu, bikin kita masukin adaptive reuse seperti itu. Nah kita belajar seperti itu. oh ternyata ini bangunan 300 tahun, konstruksinya cuma pakai bata dan kayu dan besi sedikit karena hanya ada di engsel-engsel, dan kita juga mencari tahu 300 tahun yang lalu kan nggak ada pabrik kaca ya di kita, seperti itu. Dan beton itu pabriknya baru ada di sekitar 1950 gitu. Artinya ini teknologi apa ya, pondasinya seperti apa ya, itu kita gali gitu. Datanya kita coba gali manual, kita coba cari data dari kota tua, mungkin juga dari PDA, dan kita juga berniat untuk cari datanya sampai ke museumnya Belanda, seperti itu. Nah sebenarnya kalau dari data site, literatur yang ada di Indonesia dan literatur yang ada di Belanda dan beberapa ahli yang kita tanya, itu semua dikompil, itu sebenarnya cikal bakal machine learning bisa membantu kita untuk menghadirkan solusi alternatif, solusi yang dibutuhin, yang mungkin dibutuhin oleh proyek kita. Seperti itu. Tapi kalau misalnya datanya sangat minim, ya bukannya nggak mungkin juga sih kasih solusi seperti itu, karena kita basicnya memang kita di challenge untuk selalu menghasilkan solusi yang mungkin tidak benar dan salah ya kali ya, mungkin tepat untuk saat itu, tapi yang perlu diingat tepat saat ini bisa jadi basi buat besok gitu ininya, kurang lebih gitu ya.
Saya terus terang nggak menguasai ya kalau mencari data seperti itu, tapi pertanyaannya kan biasanya bahkan kalau kita misalnya mencari secara manual pun gitu ya, kita dengan bertanya, menggali arsip atau apapun itu, bertanya ke orang, dan kita tetap tidak punya informasi yang kita butuhkan, perannya arsitek di situ sebetulnya ya menjadi analis dan juga pengambil keputusan tentang sebetulnya kalau tidak ada data seperti ini, jadi tindakan-tindakan apa yang sebaiknya kita lakukan, baik itu secara teknis ataupun secara etis misalnya, atau tadi secara sosial kultural gitu. Jadi itu kan udah banyak ininya ya, dimensinya ya gitu. Jadi saya nggak tahu apakah misalnya suatu saat semua data yang seperti itu atau analisa seperti itu bisa dilakukan oleh AI gitu. Mungkin sekarang kita belum tahu ya, tapi kedepannya kita belum tahu. Mungkin aja gitu. Apakah dia belajar dari studi kasus misalnya bangunan heritage sebelumnya dengan kondisi yang mendekati misalnya gitu. Jadi biasanya gitu kan belajarnya dari apa yang sudah pernah dilakukan sebelumnya kan gitu. Suatu saat mungkin gitu. Tidak langsung, tidak instan sih gitu, tapi bisa, atau kitanya yang bikin seperti itu mungkin gitu. Jadi kalau tadi ya, kalau C sama dengan X plus Y atau apa itu, jadi kalau mau ke sana ya mesti Y gitu atau apa gitu.
Ya baik, cukup menjawab, terima kasih Pak dan Ibu.
Oke, makasih Dara. Ini kebetulan ada satu lagi yang mau nanya, mungkin boleh aja langsung.
Selamat siang Bang Ek dan Bu Wendy. Kalau dari aku mungkin, aku Syifa dari Arsitektur UI. Mungkin dari aku ada study case sedikit. Kayak aku mau nanya stance Mas sama Ibu di kasus ini. Jadi kemarin tuh aku sempat lihat di sosial media orang ngebuat video kayak gimana jadinya kalau misalnya Zaha Hadid itu ngedesain bangunan-bangunan yang kayak ternama gitu. Kayak kemarin tuh contohnya ada Empire State Building dan sebagainya, itu ada lumayan banyak kemarin yang dikasih lihat. Nah, kan Zaha Hadid udah meninggal ya beberapa tahun yang lalu ya. Jadi foto yang desainnya itu kan menggunakan AI kan. Nah itu menurut Mas dan Ibu, kalau misalnya AI itu digunainnya kayak gitu, as in kayak untuk ngelanjutin kerja seseorang yang sudah meninggal gitu, itu justru bisa menjadi kayak ngelanjutin legasinya si Zaha Hadid sendiri, atau malah tarnish apa yang udah dia tinggalkan gitu. Mungkin gitu. Terima kasih.
Ya, saya sempat lihat juga ya, Sydney Opera House kan salah satunya juga kan.
Iya.
Jadi misalnya Rita Rogers jadi seperti apa gitu kan. Ya lucu-lucu lah gitu kan. Tapi itu memang, nah itu tuh yang menariknya ya kalau dicermati, semua penggalian data itu dari banyak platform seperti itu ya, mau Instagram kayak, mau Google Photos segala macam gitu, itu pasti memberi kesenangan dulu. Atau itu muka kita tiba-tiba jadi versi agak-agak kungfu hustle gitu ya, yang agak-agak sangar, beroli-oli dikit seperti itu. Seru kan? Tapi apa sih yang sedang mereka kerjakan? Mereka dengan sangat sadar meminta data dari kita dengan kita memberikannya dengan sangat sukarela. Seperti itu. Misalnya, ini anjing saya kalau misalnya di AI-in jadi apa ya? Tahu tuh, ternyata di jalan anu, karena geoteknya ada, si anjing itu bisa ada di situ. Ternyata itu anjing ras apa. Dan kalau seluruh dunia melakukan itu, tiba-tiba AI bisa punya data loh. Ternyata populasi anjing jenis X itu terbesar di Jawa. Misalnya seperti itu. Nah yang kayak gitu-gitu kalau saya ngelihatnya adalah bahasanya apa ya? Eksperimennya engineer di belakang machine learning untuk orang berlomba-lomba menyerahkan datanya secara sukarela. Seperti itu. Nah, itu satu hal. Jadi artinya itu adalah sejenis image generator based on text ya. Midjourney kan melakukan itu ya. Seperti itu kan. Makin detail kita deskripsinya, itu makin mendekati apa yang mungkin kita pikirkan. Seperti itu. Ya jadi mungkin kalau tadi yang saya sempat lihat di kompetisi itu ya, misalnya ada di toilet gitu ya. Kalau misalnya pas masuk, brain kita itu langsung kedetek gitu ya. Kalau kita lagi marah, tiba-tiba warnanya jadi merah gitu ya. Wah itu seru juga sih. Misalnya kayak gitu. Nah kembali lagi ke legacy dan segala macam gitu. Kalau saya ngelihat itu lagi-lagi bisa macam-macam. Gitu. Kami pengguna ArchiCAD di seri 22 kalau nggak salah. Itu mereka what's new-nya adalah tools untuk membuat railing tangga ala Zahadid atau segala macam yang sangat melengkung dan segala macam. Jadi kita tinggal nunjukin pad-nya dan mereka bisa bikinin langsung tanpa kita susah payah menggambarkannya. Itu menarik banget sih yang kayak gitu-gitu. Tapi artinya kalau misalnya ngomongin ke legacy itu saya nggak tahu juga ya. Kalau misalnya biro-biro itu kayaknya selalu berubah gitu ya, selalu berubah. Dan Zahadid itu sepertinya setelah dipegang sama si Schumacher gitu ya, sepertinya yang tidak berubah adalah parametriknya. Kemampuan parametrik yang sangat super gilanya itu, gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya karena dia perempuan, akhirnya jadi feminim dan segala macam, bisa jadi ditinggalin dikit-dikit pelan-pelan gitu. Sehingga menjadi sesuatu yang agak patah-patah, tapi tetap semuanya based on parametrik gitu. Jadi kalau misalnya dari situ kita ngelihat ya biro-biro itu dengan bantuan AI mungkin bisa mempunyai katalog bahasanya kita, katalog style, sehingga mereka bisa bilang nanti jangan-jangan ya kalau mereka mau gitu ya, saya pengen pakai metode patah-patah gitu ya. Zahadid zaman dulu patah-patah loh, bikin ininya, betonnya dipatah-patahin, lancip-lancip, lurus-lurus, kayak gitu. Terus sekarang-sekarang aja jadi lembut, curve linear dan segala macam. Karena apa? Karena toolsnya udah ada, gitu, ininya. Jadi pada saat toolsnya udah bisa macam-macam, ujung-ujungnya kitanya lagi pengen apa ya? Lagi pengen apa tuh kadang-kadang bukan lagi pengen apanya kita sih. Kalau studio kami bukan lagi pengen apa. Apa sih yang paling dibutuhin klien? Nah itu sih yang akhirnya kita masuk setting parameter. Oke, setnya kecil, budgetnya ketat, material yang tersedia hanya kayu, misalnya seperti itu kita masukin ke parameternya. Dan kalau kita sudah punya tools yang bisa membantu kita mengenerate itu, mungkin jangan-jangan bisa langsung keluar sekian opsi dari pilihan. Dan pada saat lebih advance lagi, nanti bisa dites ke lokasi dan segala macam. Nah itu di beberapa bangunan kita, alhamdulillah beberapa tes dari sustainable engineer kita udah mulai terbukti gitu. Jadi yang kita setting, nanti kalau di rooftop anginnya seperti ini, karena apa? Ada bangunan seperti ini di sana, ada hutan kecil di sini, jadi kita bisa punya rooftop yang speednya 4 meter per second prediktif di atas gambar, ternyata waktu di lapangan itu sudah mulai terjadi dengan baik. Nah itu kita senang sih, kita deg-degan juga sih. Kita soalnya belum terlalu yakin kalau dibantu teknologi, nanti di sananya tuh bisa benar-benar terkonstruk dan terjadi dengan baik. Ngerinya kita udah ngebluff, kertas aja nggak bakalan terbang, tahu-tahu tisu terbang gitu ininya. Nah itu yang harus kita coba. Tapi itu bagaimanapun itu bagian dari trial error ya, gitu ya. AI pun harus mengenerate dan memperbaruinya hari ke hari. Anak saya 2 hari yang lalu itu komplain sama Google. Dia bilang Google terlalu banyak berbohong saat ini. Kenapa? Udah 3 hari ini dibilang jam 1 siang hujan. Ternyata nggak hujan-hujan. Kayak gitu. Anak kelas 7 udah komplain sama Google, sama AI gitu. Ininya karena mereka terlalu banyak berbohong bahasanya gitu. Kocak juga ya. Jadi, tapi tetap ya, kita harus punya kontrol, harus punya komplain, dan harus punya semangat untuk memperbaiki apa yang si machine learning itu sudah kerjakan. Karena kalau enggak nanti, kalau kita telan mentah-mentah, outputnya bisa habis sih kalau kita di mata klien seperti itu. Dan saya mungkin nambahin sedikit, karena ini mungkin banyak mahasiswa ya, kayak gitu ya. Saya nggak tahu ya bagaimana dosen kalian nanti menyetop kecanggihan kalian untuk bermanuver di antara chat GPT, BART, dan segala macam, terus menghasilkan dan mengenerate image dengan sangat mudah sambil leyeh-leyeh gitu ya. Ininya bagaimana cara kalian mempertanggungjawabkan setiap tarikan garis dan segala macam, itu PR-nya dosen kalian ya, PR-nya Pak Alvar ya tadi ya, seperti itu. Tapi itu yang saya pengen cermati. Lagi-lagi saya senang kalau datang ke kampus seperti ini, karena saya juga belajar akhirnya. Oh, Gen Z itu begini. Pengennya tadi kalau ngobrol-ngobrol sekilas, bikin desain sedikit-sedikit, langsung pengen terkenal gitu ya. Sementara Mbak Wendy mungkin udah puluhan tahun, kayak gitu kan, ininya terkenal gitu ininya. Tapi ada juga yang pengen 2 tahun langsung terkenal gitu ya Mbak. 2 tahun langsung kaya gitu. Dari
viral.
Langsung viral. Bahkan staff di kantor saya suka bertanya sekarang, bagaimana ya saya biar cepat kaya ya? Saya mau ngomong, kayaknya kamu salah profesi deh. Karena ya Mbak Wendy mungkin bisa tambahin nanti, profesi arsitektur tuh sebenarnya pengen ngejar apa sih gitu kan ya?
Kalau saya mungkin tertarik tadi kamu sempat ngomongnya soal etis atau tidak ya. Apakah mentarnish reputasi Zahadi itu apa sih? Tahu nggak? Gitu. Sekarang pertanyaannya gini. Sekarang tuh saya suka nemu yang lucu-lucuan kayak tadi itu ya. Kemarin saya juga lihat yang sini Opera House kalau didesain Frank Lloyd Wright segala macam, apa iya gitu. Itu jadi pertanyaan ya, karena mereka udah nggak ada, kita nggak bisa memastikan itu. Meskipun misalnya ada anggota keluarganya atau muridnya mereka yang sangat mengenal, apakah iya gitu di situ. Mungkin kalau kita coba belajar dari misalnya musik itu kan paling kencang tuh ya soal hak cipta gitu. Ketika seseorang menyanyikan yang mirip dengan orang lain yang berapa bar itu dianggap melanggar hak cipta. Tapi sekarang kita suka nemuin yang misalnya versi-versi AI, gimana kalau lagunya Tulus dinyanyiin Raisa gitu, atau apa ya gitu, lagu dangdutnya siapa dinyanyiin sama Ariel misalnya gitu. Meskipun dia sendiri nggak pernah nyanyi kayak gitu. Itu jadi pertanyaan, itu melanggar hak cipta nggak? Etis atau enggak? Kadang-kadang etika itu tergantung dari bagaimana tanggapan si orang yang dilanggar haknya misalnya. Dia berkeberatan atau enggak gitu. Kalau Tulus ketawa-ketawa aja, oke udah gitu, fine aja, kita ini lucu-lucuan aja. Tapi kalau misalnya ada penyanyi yang sudah meninggal dan lagunya dinyanyikan dengan cara yang mungkin si penyanyi itu akan tersinggung, keluarganya berhak bilang, ayah saya nggak suka kalau lagunya dia kamu nyanyiin seperti itu misalnya. Itu udah ranahnya ke hukum ya nanti soal ini. Jadi siapa yang menang, siapa yang bisa mempertahankan misalnya argumennya, itu begitu. Nah kalau arsitektur itu gimana? Dulu kayak di IAI sempat kejadian beberapa kali ada yang bilang ada orang-orang yang meniru desain seseorang, mungkin kita biasa ya kalau zaman mahasiswa tuh pengen kayak ke biar-kebiarkean gitu, kayak BIG atau ke Zaha-Zahaan atau Tado Ando atau siapa gitu, itu kan lucu-lucu. Tapi ketika kita menjadi profesional itu menjadi tidak lucu lagi gitu. Kita mesti etis nih gitu. Meskipun kadang-kadang kalau arsitek yang udah gede mah cuman ketawa aja, ada yang niru gua gitu ya. Jadi ya udahlah gitu. Tapi kita juga perlu memikirkan ada yang dirugikan nggak gitu, misalnya di sini dengan hal itu gitu. Apakah misalnya reputasinya menjadi buruk atau dia tidak lagi bisa mendapatkan nafkah karena misalnya mesin sekarang bisa menggantikan penyanyi gitu misalnya ya. Apakah implikasinya ke sana. Jadi etika itu nggak ada baik benar betul salahnya. Itu kita betul-betul mesti memikirkan ya. Jadi ada hubungannya dengan relasi antar manusia juga gitu. Rumit sih, tapi perlu dipikirkan dan kita harus niatnya selalu baik gitu di awalnya. Kalau niatnya baik ya insya Allah sih hasilnya baik gitu.
Oke, cukup menjawab. Terima kasih Pak Erik sama Ibu.
Oke, nah sepertinya waktunya sudah menandakan bahwa kita sudah sampai di penghujung acara. Jadi kayaknya karena masih ada peserta sayembara ya, yang kebetulan bahasanya juga ya. Aku mau minta tolong mungkin Bang Erik sama Bu Wendy, mungkin kasih bukan berpatah apa ya, kayak sepatah dua patah kata kayak penyemangat lah buat mereka yang masih berjuang di ranah ini gitu. Kira-kira ada nggak?
Saya nggak tahu ya, maksudnya kalau saya kembali ke kampus kadang-kadang bantu Prof Yandi gitu ya, megang satu kumpulan kelompok dalam satu studio perancangan gitu. Saya suka nanya sih sebenarnya, yang pengen jadi praktisi siapa? Yang pengen, ini mungkin buat peserta sayembara nih, masih ada di sini semua ya? Gitu ya. Yang mau jadi praktisi boleh angkat tangan peserta sayembara. Kayak kami berdua nih praktisi nih gitu. Nggak ada yang mau? Oh ada gitu. Oke, yang mau jadi akademisi seperti dosen-dosen kalian gitu? Nggak ada juga. Sisanya jadi apa nih? YouTuber atau developer. Itu developer keren sih, itu puncak rantai makanan sih gitu. Dia yang nanti meng-hire kalian yang mau tadi angkat tangan tuh ininya. Iya, jadi kalau menurut saya ya mungkin value-nya kita kebetulan misalnya di UI ya seperti itu, percaya nggak percaya kita nggak ngebentuk kalian untuk jadi arsitek sih sebenarnya. Ayo yang jaket kuning jadi malas nggak, pengen ngelepasin jaket kuningnya nggak gitu ininya. Tapi kita sangat bersyukur kalau kalian mempunyai value menjadi orang-orang yang kritis. Karena kalian harus jadi excellent di bidang apapun. Tiap hari dilatih untuk persuasif. Persuasif tuh ya seperti tadi ya, presentasi dan segala macam gitu. Itu salah satu anugerah yang mungkin nggak ditemui di departemen lain. Mungkin di kampus-kampus lain kan pasti punya teman-teman sipil, mesin, segala macam gitu ya ininya. Nah di arsitektur itu kita di-drill untuk bisa persuasif. Bisa menceritakan ide, bisa menancapkan ide, dan bisa menggiring opini seperti itu buat saya sih jadi anugerah. Jadi andai kata kalian ternyata akhirnya mau jadi tukang gorengan di depan Bang Panin Ratu Plaza gitu ya, ininya ya, jangan ketawa, itu omsetnya lebih gede dari fresh graduate yang kerja di arsitek bernama loh, seperti itu. Jadi kalau di sebelah kalian tuh ada tukang gorengan, kalian bikin tukang gorengan juga. Karena saya pernah di kuliah di arsitektur, saya bisa develop packaging yang bagus. Saya bisa ngomong bahwa gorengan saya ini minyaknya itu bikin bapak ibu nggak batuk gitu. Dan ini diambil singkongnya itu dari Sukabumi yang sebelah mana bla 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 segala macam. Harganya sama, orang ke kalian. Sukses nggak? Sukses. Gitu. Jadi buat saya sih sebenarnya nanti buat peserta sayembara, dimanapun kalian akan berada, apapun spesialisasi yang akan kalian tekuni, percaya nggak percaya, kalian udah beruntung masuk ke Departemen Arsitektur di kampus kalian masing-masing. Seperti itu. Itu benar-benar anugerah lah kalau buat saya.
Iya, sebetulnya kalian perlu bertanya lagi kepada diri sendiri, kenapa dulu masuk jurusan arsitektur? Alasannya apa gitu? Disuruh mama, disuruh papa, atau emang saya suka desain kok gitu. Saya ingin tahu bagaimana caranya satu bangunan itu terbentuk, terbangun, apa saja hal-hal di belakangnya yang harus dilakukan untuk bisa menciptakan satu bangunan atau bentuk arsitektur apapun atau desain apapun. Karena desain itu kan seperti menciptakan sesuatu dari yang tadinya tidak ada menjadi ada. Kamu merealisasikan mimpi-mimpi klien mungkin, atau mimpi kalian sendiri gitu, atau ada aspirasi apa, kalian tidak puas dengan rumah sendiri misalnya, atau apa yang ada di sekitar kalian, dan kalian ingin mencoba, siapa tahu saya bisa menciptakan perbedaan dengan mendesain atau berarsitektur itu sendiri gitu. Jadi itu mungkin bisa menjadi motivasi untuk tetap bertahan, karena jalannya tidak mulus, tidak mudah sih gitu ya. Meskipun dengan AI juga tetap kita mesti bisa menguasai AI-nya juga gitu. Belum ada AI yang pencet satu tombol langsung jadi semuanya gitu. Jadi itu harus tetap dikuasakan. Jadi kalau kita punya motivasi itu atau drive atau alasan atau tujuan yang ingin kita capai, apapun caranya atau apapun yang terjadi, kita akan punya, kita tahu mau jalannya kemana gitu. Jadi carilah dulu itunya, apa yang ada, alasan kalian di sini tuh apa.
Iya, mikir. Ya apa, ini kan pelajaran kita, maksudnya kita berjuang bersama-sama ya teman-teman. Nah tapi sekarang sepertinya udah beneran di penghujung acara ya, jadi terakhir mau mengucapkan terima kasih banyak banget ke Bang Erik dan juga Bu Wendy udah sempetin datang ke waktunya untuk di talk show hari ini. Kita tepuk tangan buat mereka. Oke, mungkin Bang Erik dan Bu Wendy dipersilahkan untuk kembali ke kursi masing-masing. Nah, sekalian saya juga akan mengundurkan diri, perkenalan kembali Arsenal Ganesh. Terima kasih sudah menonton talk show-nya, semoga bermanfaat. Dan ya, semoga bikin kalian jadi mikir, enggak sih, enggak gitu. Maksudnya semoga bikin kalian lebih mudah berpikir apa yang akan kalian lakukan ke depannya dan intinya lebih insightful terhadap semua hal. Oke. Terima kasih, undur diri. Kembalikan ke MC.
Especially to our top 5 participants.
So without further ado, we are going to be announcing our top 3 winners, starting with the second honorable mention. Okay, so now for the change of plans, we're going to be inviting both of our talk show speakers, Mr. Eric and also
Ibu Wendy.
And also we're going to be inviting our project officer of AFAIR UI 2024, Kak Sinta.
for.
Without further ado, we're going to be announcing our top 3 winners. However, we're going to be starting with the second honorable mention.
Okay, for the second honorable mention goes to AR69. For AR69, you may come up on stage for documentation.
All right, once again, congratulations to Team AR69, and we're gonna be continuing to our first honorable mention.
Now for the first honorable mention goes to AR60. Congratulations, AR60. You may come up on stage.
Okay, once again, congratulations to Team AR60 for being the first honorable mention. And we're gonna be announcing our third winner.
Okay, now for the third winner goes to AR45. Congratulations, AR45. You may come up on stage to receive your prize and documentation.
Once again, congratulations to Team AR45 for being the third winner. And for the reveal of our second and first winner, may I invite the 2 team leaders to please come up to the stage, and we're gonna be doing some sort of a reveal of who is the winner of this architectural design competition.
For both AR23 and AR65, you may come up on stage to reveal the winner of the competition. For AR23?
Okay, so we are gonna be opening up this token of winner on the count of 3, okay?
We're gonna
Okay,
open it
everyone, let's
together.
count with us, okay? We're gonna be counting back from 3 to 1, okay? Let's start. 3, 2, 1. Okay, congratulations to our first runner-up, which is Team AR23, and to our winner, which is Team AR65.
Congratulations for both of the teams. Once again, kudos to AR65 and AR23 for winning the competition. And we're gonna have a documentation session with all of the participants, top 5 participants. In the center of the stage, everyone. Yeah.
So all of
To
the other group
the
members?
rest of the teammates, you may come up on stage as well. All right, thank you and congratulations once again to all of the participants and the winners of the architectural design competition. We have finally come to the end of our pre-event this afternoon. And to recap, this morning we had the open judging session attended by our 5 judges, both offline and online.
Then after lunch break, we had a talk show with the theme of technological disruption. Will AI affect the future of Indonesia's architecture? Followed by the winner announcement of the architectural design competition. And now, to close this pre-event, we would like to extend our utmost gratitude to the judges, talk show speakers, participants, and winners of the architectural design competition, alongside to everyone who is able to come and join us in this pre-event. We would like to recognize Ikatan Arsitektur Indonesia and Departemen Arsitektur Universitas Indonesia for their continuous support to this event.
This is not the end of AFAIR 2024, as we will be meeting again in our next event, which is an exhibition that is approaching really fast. I'm Tara.
And I'm Arekta. And see you next time.